Shellshock presents.
Ready?
Sharing with Shellshock Season 4.
New Age of Heroes.
And welcome to another episode of Sharing with Shellshock. I am your host, ShellshockPrime, and we are here today to talk about a new topic this week. We got retro games on modern platforms. We got 3 returning guests, and we got a new guest. Joining me for the first time, John J. Torres. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Good to be here.
Good to have you, and good to have you back on Mantle.
Great to be back.
And good to have you back as well, Nostalgia Alchemist, Jeremy.
Hey, Shell. Thank you once again. It's always a pleasure.
And good to see you once again, Korshal.
Yeah, thank you again for letting me on. I'm glad to be here.
All right, awesome. Good to have all 4 of you on tonight. We're going to be talking about retro games on modern platforms in just a little bit. But first and foremost, before we do, John, since this is your first time here, let us know what you do in terms of content.
Oh, my pleasure. I am a heavy advocate for what I call classic on modern gaming, which is, as the topic explains, classic gaming on modern platforms through ports and re-releases, compilations, remakes, remasters. I'm mainly a arcade or high score player, so you'll see me playing things like old school Pac-Man, Galaga, even some of the obscure arcade-based games like Ray Maze, Dragon Buster, Dragon Spirit, Saber, some ones from overseas. And you'll find a good variety of original hardware stuff on there too. As a matter of fact, just last week I played a bunch of score-based NES games: Donkey Kong, Mario Brothers, Tetris, Thunder and Lightning, which is one of the coolest breakout clones you could ever see.
Yep.
It's a really good time, and I'm hoping to incorporate a little bit more into the voice aspect of my persona with some gigs I picked up in sports, specifically professional wrestling.
Yep.
A lot of people love that, don't we?
Yeah.
Sure do.
Yep. All right. Mantle, what about you? Remind us what you do.
I am a marine biologist and also a gamer and cosplayer. I do play a whole bunch of games, all the way from retro to modern. A big reason of how I met Shellshock and a whole bunch of everyone here in this circle is because of that love and streaming and playing of retro games. I was actually just chatting with everyone before we went live that my first game console ever was the Nintendo. First I ever played, though, was my dad's Atari 2600. But yeah, I love to play all sorts of games. I'm a huge Nintendo fan. There's this joke around that I'm a Zelda fan for some reason. But yeah, I love sharing all sorts of games, like and also just like the love of these games and the adventure in them. And then of course there's fun science and marine biology facts around them, like whether it happens to be related to the game or not. So yeah, big Nintendo fan here. Just love sharing the adventure of games. I don't care regardless as to which generation it's on, and it's basically taking these older adventures with everyone and diving in.
All right.
Unintended.
Absolutely. What about you, Jeremy?
What about me? I don't know. Well, my name is Jeremy. I am the Nostalgia Alchemist. I'm always here for whenever you remember why. And I'm always happy to be back on with Shell and all of these amazing human beings I've been able to talk to over the past, oh my gosh, couple of years. But for those of you who are seeing me for the first time, I am a SAG-AFTRA union member. I have been trying to break into a little bit of voiceover, which is, of course, becoming a little bit more increasingly difficult. So I really try to switch heavily into this. I am a holder of a BFA in musical theater, as well as an acting degree from the famed school, LaGuardia High School, over in New York City. I'm Queens represent. But yeah, so my whole idea of what I do is that we glance back to focus forward. And I try to see nostalgia as a way of looking back in the past and glancing back and seeing how we can use what we have learned from the past to progress forward for a more positive world together. And that just doesn't include video games. It includes all different kinds of media. And it also includes just how we talk with each other, how we speak with each other, how we handle each other, and being able to listen and to learn from each other. And I think through a shared enjoyment of what we're nostalgic for helps to bridge the generational gaps in a more positive light. So that is pretty much my mission of glancing back to focus forward. And as always with a discussion like this, I would never ever play any kind of game on a modern console with a retro controller or anything. Are you kidding me? I don't even want to touch stuff like this. All of this stuff that these kids think that they can get away with without playing on any kind of old console with an RGB hookup or a old component cable. Are you kidding me? Needless to say, I love the idea that we play retro games on modern consoles, and we'll get into all of that. But thank you for allowing me that moment.
I want you to know that I was so tempted to do a similar bit earlier, like bringing all of my peripherals earlier. So I'm also thrilled to be back here. I hope a lot of you know, Jeremy and I often wind up on the same wavelength, and it's hysterical.
Yes.
Yes. Yep. All right.
Always a fun time.
Yeah. All right. What about you, Korshal?
That's a little bit of a tough act to follow, I'm gonna admit, but I'm primarily a variety streamer when I can on Twitch. I love platformers and randomizers. Those are my two favorite things I like to do when I'm not just participating in multiplayer games with friends. I'm really, really big in Mario Party, and I've recently brought more into the fold under Fortune Street to various results, depending on the night.
Yeah.
And besides that, my other big thing I do the most is I'm really passionate about game music, and I've been learning and kind of embracing game music remixing. My YouTube channel is basically devoted entirely to me doing song remixes by this point, where I use Reaper by Coco Software as my primary DAW of choice. I really love nostalgic sounds. I'm really big into the Mega Man X style of sound in particular.
Yep.
So I use its instruments a lot in my remixes as of late, and just Mega Man in general is a series I love to touch.
Yes.
Very action, like rock synth approach for a lot of my songs, or anything that can allow me to introduce any type of electric guitar is really my jam at heart. And it's something I really want to be able to continue doing, continuing to learn. I've been at it for about 3 years now, and every time I make something new, it feels like a new step further in my progress to like express my vision to everybody. And yeah, it's a pretty good time. I'm always proud of what I do, and every time I listen to it, I can put it on repeat for like 3 hours and be like, I did that. That's a good jam. I'm gonna listen to that more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard some of your music. It's been really good too.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we'll get started with the first question that I'm going to be asking all of you right now. And we'll start with you, John. Which modern platforms are you currently spending your time playing retro games on, and what makes them your platforms of choice? Like platforms, but either way, take it away.
Of course. My primary platform of choice when it comes to retro on modern, or classic on modern as I prefer, will always be Nintendo Switch. It's basically the easiest pick up and go, and the library on it is incredibly extensive. There are even some exclusive collections on there. Space Invaders Invincible Collection, for one, which features, I'll say, about decades length of Space Invaders games up until ones that came out about 5-10 years ago. Gigamax 4, Extreme, Majestic 12, Super Space 91. It's a good vibe going on there. And of course, there are a bunch of other multi-platform collections that are based there too. Marvel vs. Capcom, Arcade Classics,
Yep.
Pac-Man Museum Plus, the Digital Eclipse Gold Master Series, Karateka, Jeff Minter, and Tetris Forever, which are grade A collections, by the way. Atari 50 as well. That one's pure pristine gold. A compilation isn't just about the gaming content it contains, but everything else it can also include with that.
Yep.
Another platform I also picked up recently is the 2020 Atari VCS. I call that the exclusive retro platform, especially because it comes preloaded with Antstream Arcade. Well, given you have to purchase the subscription separately, but the library itself just adds a lot over time. And there's a lot of content to uphold. There are also challenges that get added every now and then. One life, hard mode, see how many enemies you can defeat without missing a shot in a game like Space Invaders. The variety is there, and I'm so glad to experience so many different ways throughout my time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. What about you, Mantle?
For me, the main console that I play for anything retro these days really is my Nintendo Switch. And the other closest modern one to it I would really come close to would be my Wii U. Because even though the Wii U is last gen, there are some games on there which I did download the Virtual Console, which of course I can't get otherwise. And for the two current gens, I do have my Switch and my PS5. My PS5 doesn't really have much in the way of retro. I got it because it was available, and there was finally a couple of games I could justify owning the darn thing for.
Yeah.
But the Switch, I mean, as John J. Torres just noted, it is such an incredible console, not only for its own games, but the retro content, the collection of retro content, and the remaster of retro content. There are several game collections on there. I already have all of the original games sitting there, cartridges on my shelves. I could not believe these collections we were getting, and I said, game preservation ahoy, let's go. And I went on ahead and got some of these anyways, because it's one thing, it's just great to have another version of it. It was a reasonable value, there was additional content in it, it was great for streaming purposes, both for Twitch as well as for sharing with everyone on Discord and otherwise. And then there's even just some of those gems that played here and there, but you never thought you'd get to, like the flippin' Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection for crying out loud, and even and Ultra for crying out loud. Just the variations on Street Fighter 2 alone, which many of us know about, but you hardly realize just how many are until you go deep diving into them. I actually hesitated on getting the Mega Man X Legacy Collection because I've got the Super Nintendo games, I have the GameCube collection, but okay, yeah, sure, I'll go ahead and get this. And it's just been neat getting these collections of different games, different ages, retro and otherwise, to be able to add to that collection. Like the Atari 50 collection you mentioned is another one, and apparently there's the Steelbook version now, which might have more games, and I'm looking really hard at my wallet going, okay, I know I'm a collector, but how crazy of a collector am I? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But the
answer is yes.
Yeah, we were talking about other ones that have come out, but no, and I've got a ridiculous number of Switch games on my shelf. I can't wait to show you guys my redone shelves here, especially once I start getting Switch 2 games on it.
Yeah.
But I love being able to have a new way to jump in and play these games, a new way to share them. And again, like that goes whether it's the original or a complete remaster. Like we were chatting in here before we went live. I finally got around to playing, finishing, I should say, rather, the first two games, Famicom Detective Club, which as many of y'all know here, those two games were on the Famicom Disk System. The disc add-on way back in 1989, most of us had never even heard of until we saw a trophy of Ayumi Tachibana in Super Smash Bros. Melee on the GameCube. And then they keep releasing them in Japan, and then 2021 out of nowhere. By the way, not only are we releasing this on the Switch completely updated in HD remaster, welcome to the West.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, and just, I know that there's some other questions I'll lead into it, so I won't spoil too much, but no, I just love the sheer variety, whether it's games in collections or on the Nintendo Switch Online service or anything else, just being able to... That's part of why the Switch is my favorite console and why I'm so excited for the Switch too, because yes, there's all these great, awesome new games and remakes and remasters getting made, but the collection value on it is just incredible, and being able to share things. And also just real quick with Nintendo Switch Online, I can get distracted while I'm sharing on people's stream, but I've played these games before. But I love Game Genie. Game Genie is another way for me to add more fun stuff to it. The rewind feature is basically my Game Genie on there, so it's like, I have nothing to prove. I can show you my older files if you want,
Yeah.
but it's another fun way to enjoy these games.
Oh
And
yeah.
share them with people who thought previously maybe, oh, maybe that's difficult. I was like, no, you can use restore points. No one's judging, and if they are, forget them.
Yep. Absolutely. So, what about you, Jeremy?
What was the question?
Well, okay, so
It took me a second too.
it's fine. All right, which modern platforms are you currently spending your time playing retro games on, and what makes them your platform or platforms of choice?
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to have a bit of a tie, but before I do that, it started with the Wii on the Virtual Console. And there are some games on the Wii that they sold on that Virtual Console that you can't get on the Wii U or Nintendo Switch Online. Some of those being like the Super Star Wars games that I've never been able to collect physically. So I hold on to the Wii, which is actually still emulated in my Wii U, sitting right over here. By the way, I mean that lovingly because I am a Star Fox Zero apologist, but I digress. So when it comes to my juxtaposition on this, on my Mac, I have something called OpenEMU.
Yeah.
And that has allowed me to play a variety of games from classic consoles that I would not have otherwise been able to have access to because I have two children and they have to eat and also go to college. So that was a really great way for me to substitute buying more physical games that are going higher in value because the chips are either going out or the pins aren't being able to be read anymore, and it takes more now to not only get those things repaired, but also you have to learn, you have to keep up. It's a lot of maintenance that I just unfortunately don't have the time for. So something like OpenEMU is really nice for me to look back at games that would not otherwise be created or licensed anymore, and I'm able to play them and I'm able to experience them. And that alone allows me the ability to not only discuss them, but also to invest more time into figuring out how to preserve these types of games because companies, and we'll get into this discussion later, companies after companies after companies buy and sell licensing from years past that we don't know where we are. But speaking of what the topic is at hand, the Nintendo Switch is such a brilliant system for everything that so far Mantle and John have already mentioned. There's not much more to say on the end of that. It's just accessible and you can take it anywhere. That is the crux of it all. Some would argue that you can break your Steam deck and you can play anything under the sun. There are a ton of companies that sell these flash drives or sell these arcade sticks that have thousands and thousands of games pumped in. But when we're talking about quality in terms of preservation and in terms of what we're capable of processing, I would say that the Nintendo Switch for me overall over the past 8 years it's been out. That's how long my son's been alive. So how long it's been out, the collections are a very nice staple of being able to interact not only at home but on the go with all these different games and collections of franchises that so many people have come to love, and that, speaking of my son, a new generation can enjoy. Shell can even attest to this. My son was so excited to go to the Long Island Retro Gaming Expo with me last year. He asked if we were coming back, and I said, absolutely. Do you have do you have to ask me twice? So he'll be coming back with me because he just loved seeing all of the CRTs lined up and all these old consoles. And even though it was kind of overwhelming for him, I think this year he's going to have more of a grip on understanding just what it's all about. And that mediums like this being put onto the Nintendo Switch, again, make it so accessible. And he has come to find an appreciation for what came before and what he can play now. I played NBA Jam with him, and now he wants to play NBA 2K24 Live or whatever it is. So there's a bridging there, and it's wonderful to see the generations looking back at what we grew up with and trying to understand where it all came from. So yeah, for me, for my money, and for that experience alone, definitely Nintendo Switch, and also in part my OpenEMU being able to access games that are harder to come by nowadays.
All right. And what about you, Korshal? What do you think No, which modern platforms are you currently spending your time playing retro games on, and what makes them your platforms of choice?
So, surprise, surprise, when I say it's the Nintendo Switch, along with everyone else. I do occasionally do Steam releases digitally as well, just for ease of streaming. But there's really something about having the Switch in my hands. I have a Steam Deck. I've always liked the Switch more. Its form factor is a little more appealing. It's a little lighter. The battery tends to last longer because I have an OLED model. I'm also a bit of a collector freak when it comes to having physical games. I have dozens and dozens of Switch games. My physical collection overall is very large. I own multiple copies of the same game, kind of ad nauseum per platform as it goes along. But I really love the Switch versions of any modern like collection re-releases of retro games because I just like having the cartridges. I like having them physically. Even if it's not something I find myself doing often, there's a really nostalgic appeal to me of having physical access to these games that I'm able to lend to like friends and family if they ever ask about it. It's just like kind of a bit of a wonder when you think about like school days when you could just swap a Game Boy cartridge to somebody with your friend from the bus, and hopefully somebody remembers to return their copy to their other friend by the end of the school year, or that puppy's gone. But regardless, it is a experience that I really treasure being able to like replicate, at least in my imagination, if not in practical terms for the day and age that I find myself in. But it's really convenient for me to have all, especially like I'm a big NES and Super Nintendo guy at heart mainly. That's where most of my gaming journey started. So anytime I get to see, especially as of late, Super Nintendo and now kind of GBA games all have been finding their ways through collections again, especially through like Capcom's help. I know I talked about Mega Man. So I picked up every single Mega Man Legacy style collection they've put in front of me. I am easily baited by the carrot on the stick. And getting to have that on Nintendo feels very at home for me compared to anywhere else. Because when my memories are associated with playing these games that came out on the Nintendo platforms, I find myself still wanting to play on the new Nintendo platform versus any other choice.
Yeah.
So it's always just the Switch for me.
Yep. And to be honest, this is exactly the same answer for me too, the Nintendo Switch right now. But I will also say that I also have a decent amount of retro games on Steam. So both Switch and Steam for me. And with the Switch, I also have access to Nintendo Switch Online. So I have NES, SNES, N64, Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Boy Advance. And once I get the Nintendo Switch 2, I will also have GameCube and whatever else they'll add onto Switch 2 from here on out after GameCube. And it's amazing just to be able to just play these games on the go, or if I'm just playing on my TV or my computer, because there's so many different retro games that I would play over the years. Because I know that there's a lot of people who have to resort to emulation, which I do as well, but I mainly prioritize the games that are not available anywhere else, or if they are, they are locked into like certain tiers in certain subscriptions, like PlayStation, for example. The highest tier is where you get the PlayStation 1 games, I believe PlayStation 2, and some other classic PlayStation games. You have to get the highest tier for PlayStation Plus. Whereas for Switch, you pay about like $20 for the base tier and add an additional $30 for the expansion pass if you're getting it solo, but it's more if you get the family plan, which I'm on a family plan. I'm actually a host of a family plan right now, but so that there's that. But anyway, but the thing is, even subscription services or not, at least there's options for people to play some games. There's still games that need to be re-released, but a lot of them are basically due to license issues, although some of them have creeped up on us over the years. Like, for example, we got the Ninja Turtles collection, Cowabunga collection that came out in 2012,
Yes.
we got the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection that came out back in September of last year, which was a collection that needed to come out because people wanted a modern way to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And here's the thing. Because so Marvel vs. Capcom 2 used to be on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. You could download it and be able to play online. And then when Capcom lost the license to keep that game up, they lost it by the end of 2012, I want to say, or 2013. It was one of those two. And they also had another collection, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, which was Marvel Superheroes and the first Marvel vs. Capcom. And in 2014, it got delisted because license. So unfortunately, we had to wait a long time until last year for this collection to come out. We also got The Punisher, which the last time it was ever re-released was on the Sega Genesis, and it wasn't a good port. We had X-Men Children of the Atom. We also had X-Men versus Street Fighter and Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. And for the longest time, X-Men versus Street Fighter, the best way to play it on a home console at the time is if you imported the Sega Saturn version, because the PlayStation version was strictly limited to one-on-ones due to the fact that the hardware could not handle the tag team system like the Sega Saturn can. But with the Sega Saturn, you need to be able to use the 4 megabit cartridge in order to use it, in order to be able to make the game like as close to arcade perfect as possible. So the PlayStation version was an inferior port compared to the Sega Saturn. But now we have that collection, so we don't have to worry about that, having to spend a lot of money to get a Sega Saturn, to get the cartridge, to be able to expand the memory, and to get X vs. Street Fighter in order to play it. Now you have the collection plus extra games that you can play, and it comes with a free comic book if you get a physical copy. So there's that. Not to mention the fact that we also have other types of collections, like, as mentioned, the Endstream collection, which you can play all these classic video games on one platform with a subscription service. But you also have so many different collections in general, like all the stuff that Digital Eclipse has been working on. They've been killing it with these collections. The only negative thing about the Digital Eclipse collections is anything with online. Online is not their strong suit, but they are great at everything else with presentation, the amount of content that they add, and in some cases, the documentaries that they've been adding with the games, like the Making a Karateka, the Lamasoft collection, and Tetris Forever, as well as the Atari 50th. The fact that they actually managed to have these documentary type collections, it just makes it feel worthwhile. Like, it becomes a gold standard that other collections should be going for. In my personal opinion, they should do that. But there are also some collections in which that, while they may not have a lot of documentary stuff, they do actually have strong presentations, like the Cowabunga collection. Going inside the Turtle Lair, or like looking at the city, or go to the Turtle Lair with the gallery. You have all the ads. You also had screenshots of each episode from the original series, 2003, 2012, Rise, and so many different like box arts and whatnot. They packed a lot. But yeah, so the reason that for the second part, the reason that the Switch and Steam are my platforms of choice is because of the fact that, because they're the current platforms that I own, and I've invested on both of them. So therefore, like, I spend a lot of time on them. Like, in the case of the Switch, it's really to justify being able to play them on the go, or if I don't feel like turning on my TV, but I just want to play it at home, I just play it while I'm lying on bed, relaxing. Or PC, just do it on here too. I have options, good options. So I have different uses as to why I handle playing these retro games on modern platforms, and that's my answer for those questions. So from Mantle, I'm going to start this next one for you. When did you start realizing that you were playing retro games on platforms that were modern for the time that you were playing them. Like, for example, like if there was like a console that you're just playing all these retro games and you just start realizing that, oh, these games are retro.
Well, it wasn't retro at the time, but the first time I ever realized it was with Super Mario All-Stars back on the Super Nintendo, playing through games that I have on my Nintendo, and I'm like, wait a minute, these are really awesome remakes of these games. What?
Mm-hmm.
That was my first time realizing it. So that, like I said, I wasn't like fully on retro, but the first full on retro within that would actually be with Donkey Kong 64, where you're having to play through the original Donkey Kong arcade game to get one of your bananas. And that frustrated me to no end because I was decent at the arcade game, but I was having so much trouble with it on the N64. So, and actually still need to get the proper high score on that to beat the game.
Oh yeah.
But still love that game though. No, for me, I mean, because like, and then, like again, just with the original one with like Super Mario Stars, yes, there's remakes, but come on, it's not a new game. So that was still like at least the first easing into that. So that was like my first realization of what could be possible with this.
Yes.
And then even just that little taste of everything that I had in Donkey Kong 64, my bigger ones really were with like both. Well, the Legend of Zelda collection that I got for the GameCube.
The GameCube, yeah.
The 4-game collection, which had Zelda 1 and 2, as well as Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And again, huge Zelda fan here. I already had these games, but this is when I started getting like really even more into Zelda collecting than I already had on the N64. And it was just neat being able to have this and play this both on my GameCube, test out new ways to play these games that I'd long since gone back and got. And also for a while, when I was in college, I was only really able to take my GameCube. It was the easiest. So I was able to have more games on there already. And then, of course, we got that Mega Man collection, Mega Man Anniversary collection way back when, which was limited compared to now, which is still really bizarre to think about. Yeah, for me, it was a gradual thing, like just different ones on each one, and also similar to what Jeremy was mentioning a bit earlier. The Wii was my first real foray into like, oh my gosh, I can have retro stuff on modern console, even better than ever. What?
Yep.
And it was that really neat balance between I already own this, I can't feasibly own this otherwise. So being able to have that either way. Like basically if there's been a digital version of Ocarina of Time anywhere, I have it. Even though I don't need it, I have it because I want to support it. And my first realization really was, like I said, it was just like that gradual step between the remake on Super Nintendo, the little Easter egg of the game on, for the banana, on Donkey Kong 64, and then with that collection, and then collections on the GameCube. So I was getting excited about these possibilities, like, even early on. So then each time when they announced the Virtual Console, I lost my mind. Because being able to better collect and play these games in this way was just incredible. And with each of these next upcoming ones, and I know we'll probably get to this later, but just to kind of like tease into that, I love that balance of both the Virtual Console where you just buy it once, but also the Switch Online where they're constantly drip feeding these games. And as long as you've got it, there's some games on there I wouldn't have tested out without having that. And then there's many others where it's like, I've played this 500 times. Let's try it this time. So, but yeah, there's so many different fun collections there. And again, like we all went over each of them. And especially since I don't have Steam, because I respect it. I've just never had a need for it because I'm such a console person.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to, again, have that flexibility with each of them and dive into each of these is just, it's just magical.
Oh, yeah. All right. Jeremy?
That's me again. Yeah, when did I realize it? I think I realized it tomorrow because, and I have a reason for saying this. Everything that happens today is going to be in the past tomorrow. So if I were to be so crass as to say, oh, I realized it back when, the Super Mario All-Stars game came out, I was still in a time frame in my life where the concept of time eluded me. So when I got Mario All-Stars, I had already understood that, oh, these games came out even though I still existed, but I've only had gaming systems for 2 or 3 years. So, I mean, it's like I'm just getting a little bit of an upgrade. It didn't really feel like something like fresh or new from the old, you know? Yeah. And so the reason I say tomorrow is because what's old is new again. So everything that we go back on in terms of what we're seeing in terms of, I guess I should quote unquote say retro, because a lot of people now look at PS3 and say retro. So, you know, there's this juxtaposition of time that allows us to say what we personally would feel is the moment. If I were to pick the moment, it would be during the GameCube era, because we had Nintendo in their N64 and GameCube era kind of almost have this refusal to go backward. They wanted to keep going forward. They wanted to say, okay, we'll give you little bits and pieces of what we used to do. And I'll give you a perfect example. My palate craved a bit of that nostalgia when I played Mario Super Sluggers on the GameCube, and the now loading scroll had the NES font with an 8-bit Mario scrolling across.
Yeah.
And in that moment, I thought to myself, ooh, wouldn't it be nice? And then in 2006, the Wii U Virtual Console comes out. So there was this like drip feed of wanting the old so I can have it easily accessible on the new. But that was like my first inkling of that. And it wasn't even a game. It was just a little scrolling now loading screen, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
We had those Legend of Zelda discs, as Mantle referred to, and those were really cool. But I was in college with my GameCube at the time of like having that around. And this was a time where I still had to hook up my Mac to the Ethernet cable, so I couldn't bring my laptop into the main room of my college apartment to play my GameCube on the big screen. So I had to print out the entire walkthrough of the original Legend of Zelda on paper to bring it into the other room. So if I were to call a spade, that is probably another moment in time. By the year, the year was 2003 when this occurred. When I had to make, I'm sorry, I'm fading. When I had to make that happen.
Nostalgic fade.
Well, it is a nostalgic fade. As I stroke my beard a la DuckTales from 20. And now this flashback of, I digress once again. But yeah, so again, I say tomorrow because today will be something's yesterday. Yeah. And it's just, no one, time stops for no one. Time slows for no one.
Yes.
So no matter what point in time you feel like you've captured it, it's always going to be captured by someone from somewhere at some time to be able to feel enjoyable again and again.
Yeah.
And again and again. What's old is new.
Yep.
Well, real quick, like what you said on that's part of why, like, I love the Squid Sisters song "Tomorrow's Nostalgia Today," both for its title and its meaning for what we're talking about, as well as for why I chose Team Prez and Grand Festival. But yeah, tomorrow's nostalgia today, because everything today will be tomorrow's nostalgia.
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it. My whole brand is done. It's over. It's gone. It's over.
Yeah.
That just means that nostalgia is forever loved, just like you.
Oh, thanks. I try my best. I think.
You do.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. All right, Korshal, you're next. When did you start realizing that you were playing retro games on platforms that were modern for the time you were playing them?
For me, it was definitely the GameCube era. Part of it took me a little bit to really come to grasp with this with the GameCube as well, because my family, when I was younger, they were very large on renting games. We barely bought games at all during the cartridge eras leading up to the disc. So there was a lot of games I really missed out on. And being a Nintendo family only, there was a lot of things I didn't even realize were ports I saw a comment talking about like Sonic Adventure DX and how technically that'd be like, that itself was, pretty close to the time, but still kind of a leap for me. And there was all these experiences I never really got to try or never really had a lot of time with. Like I had the Ocarina of Time Master Quest disc, but I barely played Ocarina of Time because my family didn't own it. And having it on the GameCube was basically my first real experience to sit with it for the long haul and play through the entire game. The experiences that really made it click, that these were like older titles that I just clearly missed out on when I was even younger than I was at the time, was the classic Mega Man Anniversary Collection with all the NES games.
Yes.
Because like my family had an NES, but the Mega Man games were never anything I even knew existed up until that point in time. Besides the Mega Man X games, I knew those. The classic games were, to my mind, Mega Man and Bass on the Game Boy Advance, because I had played that, and I knew like nothing else that the classic Mega Man line had until I had this collection rented, of course, before my family bought it. And you get to see all the old school NES graphics, the chiptune music especially was always really appealing to me. And that's when it hit. That's just like, there's so many things from back then I've not yet experienced. And I want to know more about this. And it was already talked about, especially with Nintendo and the main like first party between like Sony and stuff too, I guess, for what little they had. Like Nintendo did not address a backlog really until the Wii era began. And when that happened, I like aggressively pounced on so many virtual console titles. I'm very nostalgic for those. And like that shift from mid GameCube to early Wii with the introduction of the virtual console was my burgeoning into wanting to like replay all these old things. When I saw Donkey Kong Country come back on the virtual console, which is one of my two favorite games from the era, and honestly, one of the most influential platformers to me personally, that's when I really realized I was going to continue to buy these games in every form they were officially released on every single platform they do it. Like, it kept stacking up. I have Donkey Kong Country in so many ways to have it. The SNES Classic, 3DS, Wii U, NSO, actual cartridge, it's all there. The body count lines up. And it's just like, it was right during those mid-aughts it just ignited a spark that made me want to forever hold on to these memories I was always fond of when I would rent it and go, I don't have to rent these anymore. These modern platforms are letting me actually own this experience in some form and keep it with me.
Yeah.
And I've corrected it a bit now, buying the actual original releases as I've gone along through game collecting. But that era right there unlocked a lot of it for me in my heart.
Yeah. It's so, like, see, there's always a lot of great ways to experience games for the first time with certain platforms, because a lot of games, like everybody has been saying, it's really hard to get them. It's expensive, or like it's really hard to find them, even if you find it for a good price. But having like collections or re-releases makes it a lot more accessible, so it works. All right, so John, when did you start realizing that you were playing retro games on platforms that were modern for the time you were playing them?
Well, I have to give big efforts and gratitude to the PlayStation 2 era. The first instances where I was playing a classic on modern at the time were two games, Sonic Mega Collection Plus and Pac-Man World 2. The Sonic Collection mainly because it featured all the Genesis games of the time, Sonic 1 through 3, and Knuckles, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. It also included a little bit of the Blue Sphere minigame, and there were a bunch of unlockables in between, like Restar, the Ooze. Restar is like the best Genesis game of all time, by the way. Don't quote me on that. But the satisfactory moments of that collection were the fact that Mega Collection Plus exclusively, opposed to the Xbox and GameCube versions, also had some of the Sonic Game Gear games. Labyrinth, Chaos Blast, the 8-bit port of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And I'm like, hey, these games look different than the ones up top. and I'm trying to plot in my head what's going on. But that was one instance. For Pac-Man World 2, I view that one as the one that kind of set the stone for me, because it's a collectible platformer in one way, shape, or form. And one of the extra collectibles featured in the game are these arcade tokens. And you would use the arcade tokens that you found all throughout the game to unlock many arcade games that were featured back in level 1. And there were a lot of great games to unpack there. There's the original Pac-Man. There's the Namco Anthology 2 port of Pac Attack. There's Pac-Mania. There's Ms. Pac-Man, which was the hardest to unlock because you had to get every single token in the entire game. I knew I wasn't going to make it that far. Also, it is a severe disjustice that the Namco Anthology 2 Pac Attack port was only done one time.
Yep.
The instance where I realized I was playing Classic on Modern was Namco Museum Battle Collection for PSP. The best Namco compilation of all time. 21 games, 17 arcade classics, 4 remakes or arrangements in the sense. And once I saw the word arrangement compared to the name of the original game, I'm just like, wait, that one's a new thing of this one. So this one must have come first. And that's the one, it put it into my head. The thing that got me into it was definitely the PSP. Definitely Namco Museum. And I have such a strong affinity for Namco Museum today. I'm so glad I got to reconnect with Battle Collection when I did. I ordered a copy on eBay, came in like 2-3 days, and I'm falling in love with it all over again. It feels nice. It feels good to know that I'm able to reconnect with everything that made me realize my love for retro started when I was only like 5 years old. At 5 years old, or around 6 or 7, because that was when I had known about it at the time. At 6 or 7 years old, I was realizing that some of my favorite games were 3 times my age. And it's wild to me, because it's like, for everybody else during my time, they were always focusing on like Halo 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, or even Metroid Prime 2. And here I am just playing Mappy, Galaga, Rally X.
Yep.
just the odd apple out of the bunch. Where I was green compared to everybody else's red. In that case, I guess you could say the green apples were sweeter then. Because wow, there's a lot to preserve there.
Yep.
That's all I've got to say.
What was the name of it? It was Namco Battle Collection on the PSP.
Namco Museum Battle Collection.
Namco Museum.
Sounds good. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the first time that I've realized that I was playing like retro games on a modern hardware, like, while yes, I had played Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo, like when Super Nintendo was still current. But for me, the biggest realization didn't really hit me until PlayStation 1 and like that era, because like, yes, you got the Namco museums, but you also had like all those Midway arcade classics that they were releasing, like the Atari games and Midway's games that that they've did over the years. They were on PlayStation. They were on the 16-bit consoles too, but the PlayStation was where like you could tell like they felt more closer to the arcade than they did if you played them on Super Nintendo or Genesis. But for me, like I spent a lot more of it on the GameCube and PlayStation 2. But yeah, PS1 is definitely the big one where I realized like that these games were retro, like these collections or ports and all that stuff. But PS2 and GameCube were where it really hit me that this is basically like me going back to my early childhood, or like my old, like later childhood, like when I was like 9 or 10 years old, and playing these games. Like I remember, so one experience that has not been mentioned, but I want to bring it up, is that the original Animal Crossing on the GameCube is the only one where you could play NES games. So there were
Yeah.
there were some
So I've heard about that.
there were some NES games that I did not grow up with that I got to play for the first time on there. Like, for example, that's how I first played Ice Climber, because I knew about Ice Climber because of Super Smash Bros. Melee, because they were a playable character in that and became a mainstay in most of the games afterwards. It's how I played Balloon Fight. It's how I played Clue Land. There were a couple of other games too. Like I played Donkey Kong on there because I used to play Donkey Kong when I was a kid, as well as Donkey Kong Jr. But it was the first time I played Donkey Kong Jr. Math, which I had no idea even existed, because it was Nintendo's earliest attempt at trying to have educational style games, and that game actually flopped because people didn't want to play video games for education at the time. People wanted to play video games for the video games, which in hindsight, like, I see why people had that mentality, but it's good to have education for games. But that's a completely different topic for a different day. But if you like, Punch Out was like a hidden game. Like, it was like one of the rare NES games to get in that game. But there were supposed to be 4 NES games that were to be distributed through e-reader cards, but apparently plans did not come to fruition. Those 4 games were Super Mario Brothers. It was Super Mario Brothers, the arcade style Mario Brothers game, where like they were in the sewer, they were plumbers and all that. Mario and Luigi.
Mario Brothers, yeah.
Legend of Zelda. Ice Climber was one of those games, but that's how I first played these games. Like, well, Super Mario Brothers I played when I was a kid. But it was actually the first time I played the NES Legend of Zelda. I never owned it as a kid, so it was my first time. And that, like the GameCube and PS2 era, because I had Sonic Mega Collection, because it was a big deal, because having someone like me who grew up with like playing the Genesis and just being in the whole crossfire of the console war between the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, it was a big deal when you were able to play Sonic games on a Nintendo platform. The moment that Sega went third party, and like once I got Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Mega Collection followed, so I got that as well. That Christmas that year, 2002, having these classic Sonic games that I would play, and then you had Dr. Robotnik's Meat Machine, Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic Spinball, plus there were other games too. Yes, Rise Star was another one, but you want to know what else was there? You also had Flicky. I never played it before up until this point,
Right.
but
about that
it was a
one.
classic arcade Sega game, and which actually predated Sonic, but yeah, Flicky, and also like you had like you were able to do the blue spears, you were able to do Knuckles in Sonic 2, or you had the complete Sonic and Sonic 3 Knuckles. But there were also more games that were only in the Japanese version, but they were in the PS2 and Xbox versions of the game if you got Sonic Mega Collection Plus. Like, they added I think the Streets of Rage games were there. I'm not sure if it was that collection or it was a different one, but and I believe Comic Zone and the Ooze, and there was like another game as well. Like, there were some secret games that they added. And for the GameCube version, you could unlock some games if you had save files for Phantasy Star Online or Sonic Adventure 2. But one of the big ones for me was Mega Man Anniversary Collection on the game. I have it on GameCube, even though it was better on PS2, because the GameCube version, they swapped the jump and the action button, so it was so awkward, but I still played it. But the GameCube version at the time, because that was where you get to watch the G4 Icons episode that had Mega Man featured, like the history of Mega Man, which completely like not 100% accurate for some things, because but other than that, like, it was still cool to see it at the time. Plus, playing these games because the only Mega Man game I had on the NES growing up was Mega Man 3. So it was my first time playing Mega Man's 1 and 2, as well as 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. And I almost actually bought 8 on Sega Saturn. I kind of regret not getting it because that game's expensive now. I do have the PlayStation version though, but and because the anniversary collection sold so well, they followed it up with a Mega Man X collection for GameCube and PS2. Like the PS2 version of the anniversary collection for Mega Man, instead of the G4 Icons episode, you had the first episode of the 90s Mega Man cartoon, which was on there. The Xbox version had both. Like they had both the first episode of the cartoon as well as the history of Mega Man. So to have that was actually pretty cool. I've had other collections. There was a Sega Genesis collection for the PS2. I had like some of the Capcom collections. I had the Street Fighter collections on PS2. There were many others, but PS2 and GameCube were basically that era. And I saw like a comment earlier from Nobleboy about the Game Boy Advance having those classic NES series, which is 100% true. Like you have those NES games that they were selling for Game Boy Advance. So if you wanted to play something like Castlevania or you wanted to play Super Mario Brothers on there, like they have like, or The Legend of Zelda, like you can very well do that. But yeah, like PS2 and GameCube, that was basically like my era of like when PS1 was like the discovery of retro games, PS2 was where I really like got into it like more. So now, Jeremy, the next question, I'm going to start with you on this one.
Sure.
What are your go-to retro games on your current modern platforms?
Where do I start?
Yeah.
That is a good question. Any games I can use this with?
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, I have this and the Hori Mini. I use the Hori Mini when I'm feeling my as a gamer looks at 40 carpal tunnel creep up, but this is when I really want to have that arcade feel. This arcade stick is actually the reason I have not purchased any of the arcade 1-up stand-ups, because all I gotta do is just sit down with that and I've got everything I need. So when it comes to which games I've been playing, I mean, if we're going to talk about most recent, I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Arcade Classics, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Just having that here next to me and feeling like I'm back in my grade school days and middle school days, just hanging out with my friends at the arcade at the stick. Like, come on, there's nothing like it. But yeah, that is a very loaded question. So that is definitely one of those games. All of the Neo Geo Arcade Classic, whatever they're called, are
Arcade Archives.
What are they called?
Arcade Archives.
Yes, Arcade Archives of the Neo Geo games. I purchased a few of them whenever they had like sales of $3.99 or whatnot. But those games, that's what this is for. That's what the arcade stick is for, because they have the layout ABCD in the arcade, and this is the layout. So in terms of being able to have an exact one-to-one form fit feel for that at home, playing oh my gosh, World Heroes or King of Fighters or Puzzle Bobble or King of the Monsters, Baseball Stars 2, Metal Slug. I could go on and on and on, but that's what it's for. It's for those games. Yeah, I would say that my love for what John had said before of high score based games has actually become more near and dear to me as I look further into preservation, because those types of single screen games have a lot more depth and a lot more ability to understand what skill truly is, when it comes to those styles of games and those games of the era, those one-screen games. And there are people out there who can do those extremely well because they were the ones who had 2 quarters and they just had to get good. And by get, I mean GIT, GUD. So I've really found a personal affinity for those. And my son, it's harder for him with, of course, the generational attention span of it all to stick to the one screen. But when it comes to the scrolling shooters like Gradius or UN Squadron, or even if I were to call out Ikaruga on the GameCube now, because that's seen as retro, like those types of games where you have to hit high score and it's not just about getting to the end. That's what the stick is for. It's for that kind of a play. It's for that kind of an interactivity. And speaking of which, I love that there are people and companies that are dedicated and also technologically intuitive enough to allow people with physical inabilities to play video games and to be able to play those simplistic video games on those types of control schemes that are set up for that. It makes it all the more magical to understand that the simplicity of those games allows anyone to be able to enjoy them. So in terms of the games that I'm playing, high score games, the Neo Geo games, Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, and also to a greater extent, the Atari 50 collection. By the way, for the record, we have mentioned these a lot in the broadcast, but for the past 3 years in succession that I've been on at the end of the year on this podcast, The Making of Karateka, Tetris Forever, and Atari 50 have all been my game of the year.
Nice.
Just for the record, in case anyone's wondering. But yeah,
At the end of this year.
you got well, yeah. Well, we'll have to see what else they come up with. But yeah, I gotta tell you, having something like this makes that all the more worthwhile.
Yes.
It is an investment, but I highly recommend this or the arcade Hori Mini arcade stick. Those are my 2 go-to choices for an arcade stick for the Nintendo Switch specifically. But yeah, that I hope that answers your question in more ways than one. I think I overinflated the importance of it, but I tried my best.
It works. Honestly, 100% works.
Perfect.
Great, excellent answer for sure, Jeremy. All right, Korshal, you're next. What are your go-to retro games on your current modern platforms?
So, kind of an answer people can see coming based on what I've already had for responses, but I am a very, very big Mega Man fan at heart. I find myself replaying these games constantly. I've replayed Mega Man and Base, even though it's not like available in these collections, but it's led me to replaying the other ones as of late. Like I found myself beating Mega Man Base twice over on both of its platforms through SNES or Super Famicom, more accurately, and the GBA versions that I have as both characters, and it made me really want to go start playing through more Mega Man games again. I've recently beaten 8. I've been trying to like touch it again through streams just because Mega Man is super near and dear to me. It is a franchise I cannot stay away from. I know I mentioned previously with the prior question of what I find myself buying all the time and how I have all the modern day Mega Man collections they've done now as like, I was about to say for like a future question, I think it's a community question too, with some of the games that I want to play, but for every currently available on modern platform Mega Man game, even though I want there to be even more, the ones that they have, especially the Zero games and the ZX games actually are ones that I really like to replay a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the classic games I want to catch up more on too, especially I'd say 4 is one that I don't give enough due as I would really like to. And then besides Mega Man on NSO, I constantly replay the Donkey Kong Country games. Like I do them to death. If this is still technically an answer to the question, the randomizer community for retro games. Really gives me a reason to revisit a lot of games I also would like to. Paper Mario is a very huge one that I would like vanilla and through randomizer options, both for the N64 first game and for Thousand Year Door. Those are games I find myself really wanting to replay a lot and get familiar with the systems, even just on a vanilla run. Having Paper Mario on NSO and now the really good Thousand Year Door remake, even though it's got some mechanical differences with the GameCube original, if you get into like the nitty gritty with the badges and everything, have given me more reason to replay those games. And there's so much depth to some of those games beyond like the newcomer friendly mechanics really hide that treasure trove of options you have, and getting put into really wacky situations with some of the runs, like challenge runs, like conditions you might put on yourself as you run through something, saying like, I want to do something, say like it's Mega Man.
Yeah.
You do the fabled Buster only runs. When you get to do stuff like that, even in this day and age on modern re-releases, your appreciation for game design increases so much when you get to remove certain options and you go, they still made this possible with this limited of a toolkit. Or like, you could do this by totally missing this part of a game and you can still pull it off. Like, it's not going to be as easy, but getting to explore that aspect and really see every part of a game beyond like the casual playthrough has given me a lot more to think about and talk about when I talk to friends about why I like particular entries. And Mega Man, Donkey Kong, especially some of that, and the Paper Mario games are like my three go-tos. I always just think about their game design constantly. So I'm always replaying them again to be able to go like, why did they do this? Or how can I do this now through this different way?
Oh yeah, like, and those are some great ways to play them. Like, I need to do more randomizers, but I do watch them, and it's just cool to see people playing these games, like these classic games, in different ways, while discovering them, and at the same time also professing their love towards like certain series in general. Like, no matter if you're playing like the classic way in any of the collections or re-releases, or if you find like new ways to play them in different like ROM hacks or randomizers and all that stuff, always good. And now then this goes to you, John. What are your go-to retro games to your current modern platforms?
Well, I may have to hop on Jeremy's train with this one and say the vast library of arcade archive sports that are all available on Nintendo Switch right now. See, me as a Namco loyalist, when I found out during that June 2021 Nintendo Direct that they were porting Xevious and Pac-Man as their first ever collaboration, I knew I had to make those investments because that's like my favorite arcade manufacturer of all time. Call me the Namco Nomad, if you will. And one of the cooler things about that collaboration is starting out, they had weekly releases, weekly ports. As a matter of fact, for the month of May, they're releasing a new Namco port every month. They started with Super Xevious. Wow, the time has come. And with that collaboration, there's so many special things to come out of it, because we've had ports from games that have never been released to the States yet. Dragon Saber, Thunder Scepter, Rompers, The Legend of Valkyrie. Well, actually, not The Legend of Valkyrie. Hopping Mappy. There are others that I know are there. Tinkle Pit. That one's a really good one. Tinkle Pit is fun. Marching Maze is another one that's incredibly good that has never been released outside of the States before. They've got so much variety in what they do. And seeing everything kind of just bunch up together through these periodic releases just makes me feel a lot more at home with everything they're bringing together. From all the Pac-Mans, all the Galagas, all the Dig Dugs and Mappies I've seen. Namco's got a lot in my heart, and I'm so glad that Hamster decided to work with them to bring these over. And there's a lot of projection for those going forth. For collection-wise, there are a lot of There are a lot of Digital Eclipse and M2 collections that I really enjoy. Atari 50, Tetris Forever, the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, which was developed by Digital Eclipse, by the way.
Yes.
It didn't look like it for the time, but
Oh yeah.
before they had the docu-series contents that they had packed now, they had a lot of stuff going for them, even with the simplistic menus and ease of access design. I thought they pulled that off pretty well.
Yep.
For M2 collections, some of the ones that I've seen pretty recently that I'm really enjoying are the Darius Cosmic collections, the Space Invaders Invincible collection, the Namco Museum Archives collections, which feature the home console versions of most of their arcade games, as well as some games I never even realized they had licenses to, like Game Freak's what is it called? Mendel Palace, which is one of the coolest blends of action puzzle I've ever seen. Very unique.
I believe that was Game Freak's first game.
So my memory serves me right. But the good thing about the archives collections, the Namco archives collections, are they also feature demakes or homebrews of sorts for Gap Plus, featured in Part 2, and Pac-Man Championship Edition, featured in Part 1. Championship Edition is one of the more influential Pac-Man games of the time, and there was even an exclusive Xbox 360 designed for the iconism that was Championship Edition Pac-Man.
Yeah.
It's a great game. And the DX Plus just takes that one by a mile as well. Galaga Legions is also pretty good, but I would honestly say it doesn't really add up to the spark that is Pac Championship Edition. And it's so nice that they ported it over with Pac-Man Museum Plus as well.
Yep.
Museum Plus features Championship Edition, both the arrangements, all the arcade games, 256 Battle Royale, Pack and Roll Remix, Pac Motos. Again, me being the Namco nomad and all here. And it's so good seeing all of those collections, all of these games come together as like a customizable bundle where, yes, you get to make your own Pac-Cade. I call it Pac-Cade. It's pretty nice.
Yep.
With all the love that Namco has shown Pac-Man over the recent years, why can't they do the same for Galaga? Please do a thing.
I
Please
would love
do a
that.
thing.
I love Galaga.
I'd kill for that. Yeah,
Or
I love
even
Galaga.
just a simple collection featuring an amassment of games from the United Galaxy Space Force timeline, the UGSF timeline, the weird series that puts games like Dig Dug and Galaga in the same universe. Why can't we get that?
Exactly.
We could easily get a mixed Galaga Dig Dug bundle. Put Thunder Scepter on there. Put Mr. Driller on there. Shadow Labyrinth, an upcoming Namco release this July, I believe, is the first time we've ever had a new addition to the UGSF timeline since 2012.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's still getting updates after all this time is absolutely mind-blowing. Like, everything about it is nuts.
Yep.
The basis of my answer is Arcade Archives, Digital Eclipse, M2, also Sega Ages, and I love Sega Ages for their Fantasy Zone, Space Harrier, the Puyo ports. There's some others that I could swear I've enjoyed. Erzog Zwei, that one's pretty good too. I'm trying to think. Actually, those are the ones that are really enjoyable for me right now.
Yeah.
Arcade Archives, Sega Ages, M2, Eclipse. Bingo.
Okay. All right. What about you, Mantle? What?
For me, honestly, sorry. After you.
I was saying. No, I was just gonna ask you that question, but yeah, you already got it.
I try to stay ahead of the ball for you. Nah, for me, I've not been playing as many of the collections just yet, but as with each of us here, I do have a bunch of those collections, which I know I can always hop to. But my go-tos, like if I know I want to play something, but I'm not sure what, it's literally any of the Legend of Zelda games that are part of the Nintendo Switch Online.
Yep.
And just many other things on Nintendo Switch Online, like some of the Korshal, like Donkey Kong Country. I blitz through at least the first one, if not also the second one, at least once a year. And it's always just so fun being able to, like for example, this week I've been under the weather. I don't feel like getting up and swapping to my Super Nintendo, even though I've got my retro team getting my switcher set up so that I can easily hop between anything. It's still nice to be like, okay, I've played this game. I'll play something else, but I want to get up. Oh, hey, here we go. And my Switch is like 99% docked, but being able to bounce around games between each of those has always been fun. And yeah, for me, it's really just games which I've already played and loved on their original hardware, being able to go into them on my console again and play them that way. So, and I, again, same as each of you, I've got so many of those collections we've all noted, like but some I've just not really got to dive into yet. Like I also growing up was a huge TMNT fan.
Yeah.
And I've got the Cowabunga collection, but haven't cracked into it yet, namely because it was coming out right as I was about to move, and you don't want to get into that whole thing. Well, that was fun. I got a little fun aside with that with Dragon Con and getting to meet like all their voice actors for this past year, which was just from the original show, which is great. But no, it's just there's so many collections which I've got on my shelf. It's not even for a rainy day. It's more of just like when the mood strikes. And knowing that I can hop onto the Cowabunga collection or the Atari 50 collection and just jump into the original Yar's Revenge whenever I feel like. But yeah, for me, it's really just any of the Zeldas. And if I want something a bit more side-scroller, jumping into Donkey Kong Country or older Mario games, just jumping into cozy, familiar favorites or challenging myself with them again on it. That's really been my go-to lately. So it's a shorter answer for this one, but those are my go-tos.
All right. Sounds good. So for me, my go-tos, I always enjoy loading up Capcom Arcade Stadium 1 or 2. Those are the ones I always go to. Like, so John, while you may be a huge fan of Namco, for me, it's always been Capcom. Capcom has always been.
I love it.
Like when it comes to like classic companies that's not like the big console makers, it's either Capcom or Sega. Like Sega because they're not a console maker anymore, but like Sega's been number 2. Like I play like any classic Sega game. Like Outrun is one of my favorites. I play like when it comes to their arcade games, Space Harrier is another one that I enjoy. Fantasy Zone is a good one. Like, cause like, in addition to playing some of these games on, like the Sega Ages, there's another way you could play classic Sega arcade games, and it's in a place where not many people would look into unless you're a fan of the series, and that's the Yakuza / Like a Dragon series. Some of the games you can go to like a Sega arcade, and you could play classic Sega games, like in Yakuza 0. You could play Outrun. You could play Space Harrier. You could play Super Hang-On, or you could play Fantasy Zone. And but Outrun has always been a favorite of mine. Like Sega, like bringing these arcade games to the Like a Dragon series, as Korshal said in chat, keeping the spirit alive. Exactly, because that's just the way you want to do it. That's the way you want to have people try these games out, like give them a reason to check these games out. I was like, I remember Outrun. I remember seeing this in the arcade when I was a kid. It's been a while since I played that. Let me play it and see how well I do. Getting close to finishing the game, but you're just a little bit short on time. You game over. You know what? One more try. and you keep playing until you go back to whatever mission you're doing in Yakuza. You can always just take a break on whatever mission just to play these games. It's just how cool that they did this. But they didn't start with the Yakuza series. They actually did it with the first Shenmue game, because you could play some of these games in Shenmue. But Yakuza is how like more people knew about all this stuff, like the arcade games. You can play them on there. So go back to the Mega Man games every now and then because I have like every collection that they've released so far up until this point, and I'm hoping that they release some more collections because there's still more Mega Man games out there that need to be re-released. I have the Capcom Fighting collections. I have the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary collection. I have Capcom Fight Collection 1 and the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. And Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is coming out really soon. So I'm going to be picking that up because I'm the main games I'm the most excited for are Power Stone 2, Capcom vs. SNK 2, Project Justice. Those are great games. But
Sword.
but for me also, I also like to go into the NSO apps to play some games. Because here's my thing. I love Virtual Console, but NSO. I'm gonna elaborate more on that later, but I love NSO. The only thing that I will say is that there should be an option to keep the games forever if you want to buy the game and keep it. Other than that, I love NSO. I go in, I play some of these games, I play like any of my favorites, but it also allows me to try some games that I never would have tried otherwise. There's plenty of them. Like there's some obscure games, and then there's some popular games I never got to play. So to play them for the first time was pretty cool. I absolutely enjoyed playing like some of these games online. Like the fact that you could play them online with people. Although like playing N64 Game Boy Advance games online with 4 players can be a bit tricky because I do think that they still need to improve the netcode. But for those, the netcode for like 2-player games is amazing. Like 3 or 4 player, a bit tricky, but they need to improve on that.
Agreed, 10 billion %.
Exactly, especially if you're playing on N64. But playing N64 games, like it's actually how I played some of these games for the first time because I'd never got these games before. It's how I played Paper Mario for the first time on I started it years ago on Virtual Console but never finished it. But I finished it on NSO. Believe it or not, it's actually the first time I finished the N64 version of Ocarina of Time. I played the 3D. Awesome. I played the 3DS version years ago and beat that. But there's still plenty of other N64 games I need to play, and the fact that we're gonna get GameCube NSO on Switch 2, it opens the door.
I agree completely. Everyone, like one real quick aside on that, just because you mentioning 4-player and the online and netcode has me genuinely hopeful, whether for the GameCube online aspect or for an upgraded port. I would kill for Four Swords Adventures.
Yes.
So, yeah, because to me, I think that would be amazing on the GameCube online, but I would still love for them to have a new version of it on the console, because amazing, underrated, incredible Zelda game. Just, yeah. But also, like, I'm happy that you've experienced so many of those games on that way, because everyone's journey is different that way. And dude, you and I need to get on some of those N64 and GameCube games before too long. I know this year kind of started off in a whole lot of different directions, but we'll get there.
We'll definitely get there, yes. Like
absolutely. But no, I love that, dude. You just gave me, like, again, my own big nostalgia burst here on each of those, and that's part of why I was so excited when you invited me on for this topic.
Oh, yes. Now, I also have to give shout outs to Konami for how they've been handling a lot of these collections, because we've been getting, we've got, in this generation, like, there's 4 Castlevania collections, but only 3 of them are multi-platform. One of them, however, still needs to be ported to other platforms because it's only on PlayStation 4, and that's the Requiem collection, which has Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. That needs to be on everything else. It's only on PS4. But
I may need to point that out, because the only reason the Rondo of Blood Symphony of the Night re-releases happened in the first place is because Sony funded Konami to make that happen. So I guess unless we see some kind of multi-platform support one way or another, that collection will remain exclusive to PlayStation 4 or 5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's only until like the license expires or something. But the other thing I will say is that we did get the classic collection that has like the classic Castlevania games, which Super Castlevania 4 is a personal favorite of mine out of that style. Rondo Blood is like my second favorite, but Super Castlevania 4 is my first Castlevania. I have a soft spot for that game. Then you have the Advanced Trilogy, which all three games are fantastic. And then you have the DS Trilogy that came out last year, which I've only beaten 2 out of the 3 games so far. I still have to do Order of Ecclesia. So if people want to see...
Best Castlevania game, by the way.
If people want to see me do Order of Ecclesia, I have 2 words. Stay tuned.
So good. It's
Stay
so
tuned.
good.
Plus the Contra collection, like that. But in my personal opinion, the best collection that Konami has done this generation, and this is my bias speaking here, it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Cowabunga collection. That is my favorite collection that they did.
Easily. Hands down.
Hands down, yes. Like, just having that, like, because I go back to it every now and then if I want to play, like, classic Turtle games. Like, Turtles in Time was a long-time favorite of mine. I grew up with that. I grew up with Hyperstone Heist. I grew up with the arcade games.
I grew up with the arcade game, especially TMNT 2. Like I lived that in the arcade growing up, and then to a ridiculous level at home.
Yes.
So yes,
Like
I feel that.
Yeah, like I played these games because like I played them like the same way that I would play stuff like the Simpsons arcade game or the 6-player X-Men arcade game that Konami's done, which I hope that both of those games make their way to modern platforms because they were both on PS3 and 360, but because Konami lost the license to both of those games, they got delisted. But I've spent money on all those games, plus and plus like Konami just like they used to be amazing at arcade games. Granted, I prefer like what the output from companies like Capcom or Sega, but Konami was really good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But for me, it's like I prefer Konami's home console output when it comes to their games. For the most part, like that's why I gravitate more to the Castlevanias, the Contras. We're gonna get the Gradius collection later this summer.
Yes. I can't wait for that.
Which I'm gonna be picking that one up when it comes out. I do hope that they continue to do more collections. I would like for them to do a collection for Bomberman. I would like for them to do a collection for Goemon. And because I did get the Metal Gear Solid collection, like it's the first one. They're gonna have a second one at some point soon. But it's the first one, so I did get that. Haven't played them yet, but like we've been getting like I feel like this generation we've been getting spoiled with all these collections plus arcade archives. We have Sega Ages, and there's been some obscure stuff like some Data East games as well that like are some hidden gems. But there's a lot of good collections this generation. So yeah, like so many hours fondly spent, no regrets. 100% agree with everybody. Because like I could just go back. It's just more out of comfort. If I just wanted to play these games because it just makes me feel good, I go to them. Like if I'm not feeling up for something like crazy, like a big like JRPG, I can go back and play like some classic arcade games just to at least like get some time going before whatever it is I'm going to do for the day. But yeah.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because that's another one of the fun things with it is that, let's face it, all of us, we love both modern and retro games, but none of us grew up together. We have met each other thanks to games, and in particular retro games though, and now we can all go back in time and enjoy these together regardless as to where we were back in insert year here.
Exactly.
So it's just another way to not only further that nostalgia and boost it and make new memories and like just have things mean even more to us. We're able to re-experience these things together. And that's part of what's so great about it. And with like just why I know you've got some questions leading up towards this about being able to play these things regardless as to the how.
Exactly. We're gonna get to those soon, like once we get to them. But I do have one more question to ask you guys, and we'll start with Korshal.
Actually, Shellshock, if I may, I needed to comment earlier because you had mentioned that Nintendo Switch Online was some kind of gateway into you experiencing new games for the first time. And I'd like to gladly say that Switch Online had me playing through Donkey Kong Country, Wild Guns, SNK Crystallis, and Phantasy Star 4 for the first times ever. No regrets.
Yes.
No regrets all across the board. Phantasy Star 4 remains on my pedestal of like top RPGs of all time.
Nice. That's awesome to hear. So Korshal, now I'll ask you this. What do you think you could say to someone looking for retro games on any modern platform that's out right now?
So I have two different minds when it comes to this. One, there's a lot more available than you might think if you're new to the retro scene. And that being able to ask other people, other fans of the franchise, can really give you a lot of answers you may not have expected in terms of ease of like accessibility for ports or these collections that have definitely popped up in the last like decade-ish, like especially the last, honestly, 4 to 5 years. Like the 2020s have brought back so many refreshers of collections.
Yeah.
If you don't see what you're looking for, I do want to emphasize finding and really expressing interest with the community. Like, be passionate and loud about what you want to see brought back. Like, I think about the GOG Dream List is a thing that comes back of being like a community outreach, of being able to say like, hey, we want the Mega Man Legend games. They are the ones that are not back. Out of like every other Mega Man title we can think of as a major hit. Let's start upvoting this so that maybe Capcom can consider finally putting it back. Like we know the series has had, like Legends in particular, we know wasn't the hottest seller at the time, which is why it's kind of had the fate it's currently had compared to everything else. But community outreach really goes a long way, I think. And another thing I want to talk about, even though it's not quite the retro games, I really wanted to make a shout out that find and support especially small indie studios that really encapsulate the retro experience that you want. There's so many people who have been wanting a new entry or even just to have access on modern platforms of these older games that they really like, that they don't get, that they've taken the time, the passion to just do themselves. And there's so many great projects like I don't want to like ramble because it's not quite the subject to go into indie game talk, but just one example that I really think of lately is I love the space operatics of Star Fox, and not just like the on-rail shooting gameplay, like the full package of the atmosphere of cheesy one-liners, a bunch of space animals giving each other a lot of snark as they engage in deadly combat, and a game that I really have gotten into in early access from just a small dev is X Zodiac, which is basically the same package of that. Like it's set on rail stages with high scores with like the same enemy patterns, and you get your little dialogue as everyone's going through the stage, conversing with themselves. Really be willing to embrace indie developers taking up the torch as we wait for official retro games. So like make indie games successful in the genres that you want them to be, so the major companies who have made the titles that inspired these indie games to begin with to look at the success. Like I see Bug Fables being an example of this for like Paper Mario as well. Let that be the success story with these indie games for companies who want to re-release the games that inspire people to make new experiences. Everyone can win if we do this. Push up the indies, which let us push up the retro titles, and then we have such a great platform to compare and contrast the things that spawned, like the new things to come. Let our nostalgia feed the new, and everybody wins. It's kind of my tangent here.
Oh, yeah. So that's a really good way to go and approach that. I 100% like stand by that too. John, what about you? What do you think you could say to someone looking for retro games on any modern platform that's out right now?
3 things I want to point out in regards to my choice of selection is replayability, availability, and bang for your buck. Replayability mainly because, these are good games, but how often are you really going to end up playing them? How often are you going to end up wanting to go back and enjoying the experience you've had with them during your first time through? Could be one time, could be many times, but as long as you get that sensation of wanting to go back to it, like I do with my arcade games every now and then that's a good way to go about it. Availability, because, ooh man, and this is a huge one for me, because there are issues in the gaming industry today where I feel like some companies are acknowledging that these games aren't really available in this day and age, unless you would have to go through like some outlandish methods or even spending fortunes for it. So instead of focusing on what's not available, focus on what we're getting, what we've got, there's a lot of variety that's out there right now. Like, I never expected them to port the DS Castlevania games. I never expected them to port all the Japan exclusive Namco arcade games, Dangerous Sea, Dragon Saber, and all those.
Yep.
I never expected them to port what are these games? I never expected them to gather up as many of the most obscure versions of the original Tetris game that's ever existed.
Yes.
And there's even a digital recreation of the very first Tetris game. We never expected them to do that. We never expected them to port Atari Jaguar games in 2022, but Digital Eclipse, they just did that.
Yeah.
And, oh man, what a nice experience that was. By the way, Tempest 2000 is the best Jaguar game of all time.
I just put it in the chat!
Mind's eye.
Great minds think alike, I guess.
Yeah. And my third selection for this is bang for your buck. Because if you know you want to spend money on this collection, think about how much the original games are spent for, and God forbid you end up buying a game that's worth more than the collection itself. For instance, the Castlevania Dominus collection, for one. For $25, you get 3 games that are at least worth $60 each. No complete in-box, a loose copy for each and every single game. Bang for your buck, 25, you get all 3, plus one of the first new Castlevania games in over 20 years.
Yep.
The Gradius collection that is coming soon is one that I really have to point out here, because we haven't seen a brand new Gradius game since 2005. Gradius Rebirth doesn't really count, as that's like a redo. But we haven't seen a new Gradius game since Gradius 5. And the fact that we're getting Salamander 3, not just the new Gradius game, a new Salamander. That was what really hits the nail on the head for fans of obscurity. Life Force Salamander, those are some good stuff they've got going on there. And even then, another thing I want to point out too is subscription services. There are some quips and dependencies every now and then, but as long as you know where you really want to hit the marks that you're looking for when it comes to the games you want to play, yes, go for it. As a matter of fact, one of the best examples I have of this is Crusader of Senti, one of the most expensive games on Sega Genesis right now. I'm pretty sure if I were to look up actually, I have to look up the loose fitting on price charting for this, because if I recall correctly, if you were to buy a loose copy of Crusader of Senti, it would cost you somewhere over... you would have to spend at least $447 for a loose copy of Crusader of Senti. And with a one-man subscription to Nintendo Switch Online, plus expansion pack, which is like $50, if I recall correctly, you get to play that game and so much more that are worth that price, possibly even less. And even then, not just for the Sega Genesis, but a bunch of other platforms as well. Nintendo 64, NES, Super NES, Game Boy Advance. Bang for your buck.
Yep.
Those are my big 3 right there.
Yes. All right, those, like, Crusader of Senti is a game I still have to play. Like, I will eventually stream that game. Like, I have I have a huge backlog as it is, and I've already talked about backlogs enough. So, Mantle, what do you think you could say to someone looking for retro games on any modern platform that's out right now?
My recommendation would be if you don't already have a Nintendo Switch, get yourself one. And
Mhm.
and then also get yourself the Nintendo Switch Online subscription, which again we know that people are always going to complain about. Oh, but I have to pay this for this monthly thing. Not only did Nintendo give us Nintendo Switch Online for effectively free for 2 years, the
Mm-hmm.
base package is to this day is a veritable steal. $20. And even if you do the expansion pass, it's a combined 50 is still an ungodly deal compared to your other online services there. And
I heard that
it's
Crusader
not
of Senti is like 9 times worth of subscription of Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion
yeah,
pack for an entire year.
exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely. Yeah, no, exactly. I was thinking similar. And I mean, I'm someone who I've got some gems in my collection I got for steals and others, which I probably spent a bit more on than I should have. I think one of my, I think I've mentioned this on a previous podcast where I've always had like a really good Super Nintendo collection. But like two games I was missing about 20 years ago were Chrono Trigger and Earthbound. And my dad happened to find, just real quick aside, my dad happened to find a lot of SNES games with a modded SNES online. And I still had my SNES, I didn't need that. But this was a lot of over 30 games, most of which were US games. And this included Chrono Trigger and Earthbound. This entire lot was $150.
Wow. That's great.
So,
That's insane.
yeah. 2005, and he got me that anyways. It's just, thanks, Dad. Now, a couple of the games were duplicates. I sold those. A couple of them were Japanese games, which I was into, but I got a whole. I mean, literally, just one of those games. So, we all understand the hunt and the deal and bang for your buck. So I do agree very much with what's already been said. But anyways, yeah, I would say going ahead for anyone who's looking for retro games, go ahead and get yourself a Nintendo Switch. If you already have a Nintendo Switch, make sure you've got that online subscription, and just dive into each one of the different online sections for each console. Just if there's an older game you enjoy, just dive in with that. If there's another one that you've always been curious about but you haven't tried yet, give it a shot. Don't be afraid to use the save state or rewind features. They're there for fun. They're there for fun. I mean, whether any of us who all grew up with these to varying degrees, it's another way for us to enjoy them, but it's also another accessibility feature for people who might, whether it's an actual limitation or a mental block of, oh, but I've always heard this game is hard. I don't care. Go ahead and play it. Play it what works for you. I want people to enjoy these games. And another one I'd also say is like, okay, you've got all this set. Also check out a bunch of the games which are on this console. And yes, there's a bunch of the newer games which have come out the past 8 years. Do check those out. Go looking for some of these collections though, whether like Atari 50 or any of the Capcom collections, any of these Konami collections they've been coming out with. Like earlier we were talking about Konami and how they've done, and I'm just the old SNES has just been living rent free in my head for the past 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because of that impact. So yeah, I'd say just get the Switch, get the online, dive into both games you know or want to try, and check out these collections.
Oh,
because every single one, if there's one game that you enjoy in each of them, then I feel that that's worth it. And the great thing about it too is that people don't have to be ridiculous collectors like the five of us to find something to dive in and enjoy that. And the other fun thing too with the Switch Online is there's also some of the import games that people can jump in and enjoy.
Yeah.
That I know a lot of people will be like, oh, but I don't understand this. Just try it. I'm intermediate in Japanese. I can read each of these pretty fine. But
Yeah.
jump on in. And because you never know, you might find yourself curious about something that leads you to one of your next big interests and then your next fun collection thing there. So, and just continue to connect with others that way.
Awesome. What about you, Nostalgia Alchemist? Jeremy?
It's me. What was the question again?
What do you think you could say to someone looking for retro games on any modern platform that's out right now.
Okay, Music of My Mind, Talking Book, Inner Visions, Fulfilling This Is First Finale, and Songs in the Key of Life. Oh wait, video games. Sure. Okay, sorry. Let me go back. In that order. Anyway, okay. 2 words come to mind, or 2 ideas come to mind: purists and video game media literacy. So let me kind of focus on one over the other. So let's talk about purists. So purists are, of course, those that dedicate themselves wholly to the idea of original hardware. That's great. I enjoy that. I love that. But it's gatekeeping. There has been this movement that gatekeeping is good, and I am still very much against that. I feel that way with any kind of media. Let's say someone comes to you and says, I have never played, oh my gosh, Super Mario Brothers, right? Yeah. Someone comes to you and just says, oh, I never played Super Mario Brothers. And then your reaction would be, what? What are you talking about? You're a video gamer and you've never played Super Mario Brothers? Like, what? How can you call yourself a... Stop right there. The first step to understanding how we communicate properly with each other is not to bash, but also not to overhype. Just say, oh, I highly recommend it. It's a classic. Give it a try. You never know. You might like it. Boom. Done. Period. No overinflated importance. No pushback. No gatekeep. You're literally just there to tell them you should give it a try. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. It's not for everyone. Yeah. Tetris, universally renowned. I have a mom who has been retired for about, 7 months, and I'm still to this day trying to get her to play it because she's retired. She has time. But I might have an online petition being signed, but I digress. So, but still, like, purists exist so that we can keep the original hardware going. We have repair people. We have those who enjoy that. We have those that want to keep the CRTs going instead of being dropped from 20 stories in the air just to see how it explodes in slow motion. You know what I mean? Like, that's great. That's fine. But now let's switch over to video game media literacy. Someone once said that Breath of the Wild was one of their favorite video games of all time. And then they tried to play the older Zelda games by any means, just a Zelda game from before Breath of the Wild. And they said that every other Legend of Zelda game sucks. And they're never going to play them except for Breath of the Wild. It is very difficult to tell someone who has never played some kind of a game in a specific franchise to place themselves back in the time of its release. It's very difficult to do that for people who consider themselves progressives and want to move forward. So in that sense, yes, I completely understand that in the sense of, let's say, a movie. I know a lot of people who refuse to watch black and white movies because they just can't get past how they were filmed, the dialogue, the rush, there's just a myriad of things that get in their way of them fully immersing themselves in that kind of older entertainment.
Yep.
Now, to raise someone properly on media literacy is to tell them you really do have to have a concept of what was happening in the time of its release. And that properly form fits you explaining to them like how to approach something. So Pac-Man, for instance, it had a hit 1980s song, Pac-Man Fever. It was played in the club. Like, the song was played in the club because everyone played Pac-Man. That's just what it was. And it was one screen, no map changes, and you just get good. And the guys who got to get the free beer at the arcade were the ones who scored the high score and got their partner or got like a partner for that evening. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it was all about. But to place someone back in that time is getting increasingly more difficult now with how quickly things are happening in social media, and specifically using TikTok as the overall branch of an example. It's channel surfing. It's vaudeville. Like, you can easily tell somebody that you going like this on TikTok is the same as me doing this, is the same as me sitting in a theater all day watching different acts. So I don't really have a finite answer for this question because it all depends on two things. One, the type of gamer that person is and what they personally prefer. And two, how well read they are on video game media. So taking all of that and kind of putting it into some kind of a understandable window here. And I hate to use him as an example as many times as I do, but when my son started to play video games, I gave him the older ones because of their simplicity. And then from there, he learned how to use an analog stick in, say, Mario 64. And then he learned how to use a double stick for the camera in Mario Galaxy. And then he understood how to use flicks in Smash Brothers Ultimate. You know what I mean? Like, there's a way to educate, in a way, someone who you want to cultivate in a proper gaming sense. So, again, I don't have a specific example, but I think we need to read the room on it. If you know somebody who wants to get into gaming, ask them what their interests are. Ask them, like, well, what do you like to do? I like to read books on fantasy. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Who are like some of your favorite authors? Maybe I know them. And let's say they're like, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, right? Okay, awesome. You like Lord of the Rings. So Dragon Quest. Maybe you should start with Dragon Quest, whatever, 9, you know, whatever the most recent one is, so that they can get an understanding of like what the role playing is all about.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just kind of using that as an example. But that's a way for us to communicate better, for us to agree to disagree better, instead of shunning people and closing them off from communities. There's a very tangible symbiotic relationship that we can have with each other based on interest, based on history, personal history, I should say, based on who a person is, who you know. And for me, that all culminates into better relationships in this hobby, I should say, in this hobby that some of us created as a means of gaining income. And we can get along in that sense with any kind of gamer. And for me, that's the most important part of preservation, is the most important part of communication, and why we go to conventions, to meet up with like-minded people.
Exactly.
And that services the best kind of communication, so that we can all embellish in it together and form fit how we can introduce more newcomers into something that we have all fallen in love with over the years.
Yep. 100% agree with you on all that. I agree with everything that you guys have talked about, and here's my 2 cents. So, if people are trying to find a certain type of game, like, that they grew up with, and they want to see if it's available, I would show them the direction on where to go and how to play it. For instance, if someone is a huge Ninja Turtles fan but isn't aware that there's a Cowabunga collection, I would say, oh, you got a PS4, Xbox One, you have a Switch, you have a PC, then if you can get yourself the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, and you're a huge fan of Ninja Turtles, you are in for a treat, because you have 12 games, and there's a lot of content in there for you as a fan of the series. So that's one direction you can go. Another is and normally, like, I'm not like, because when it comes to emulation as a whole, going into this real quick, I'll just say it, that I normally am not the type of person who will say that emulation will be the first choice. But emulation to me is, if a company does not want to release a game and they refuse to re-release a certain game or make excuses, and it's your last resort because the game is extremely expensive and you don't want to pay for the hardware or the software for it, then that's the only way I would actually say go for emulation, because if there's no other option, that's the way you do it. Because at the end of the day, it's on the company for releasing the games. They should be releasing certain games that people want. But if they're not doing that, that's what you got to do. You got to go and find the options elsewhere. Even if it's not the most practical, you still have to do it. But that said, there have been a lot of companies that have been getting better at this. Some have been not so great. Like, I know, like, one big thing is that one big topic in regards to how, like, games are distributed is that, like, the main company that people criticize the most out of all, like, there's two companies that people criticize the most. Nintendo is one of them, and the other is Sony. My thing is this, like, although in the case of Nintendo, they still have, because they have a massive library of games. I know we're now just about to get GameCube on Switch 2, and it's great that we're going to get GameCube games. The problem is that there's going to be games that they're going to release on there, and then they'll have a catalog of games that we're never going to get, for the simple fact that some of these games have never been, like, re-released before, and there's a high unlikely chance that we'll get them, because we're going to get to a point where, like, people are going to want something like Doshin the Giant. We may get that because it did get a European release, but because here's the thing. We got Kudu 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 in, which was a game on the Game Boy Advance, never released in the United States, but the English release did release in Europe. And we got a couple of import games, because here's the thing. The first Panel de Pong game was localized over here as Tetris Attack. The Tetris company regrets letting Nintendo call it that, because it's not Tetris. And that game can't get re-released because of the Tetris company unless Nintendo and the Tetris company can make an approval. Even though the game itself, it has Yoshi in it, and it's basically Yoshi. Like, the best course of action they could have done was just call it Yoshi's Island Puzzle League. But what we did get, however, is the Japanese version of Panel de Pon on the Super Nintendo NSO. So it's the same game with a different cast. So same gameplay. Granted, of course, Pokemon Puzzle League on the N64 is better, but at the same time, it would just be nice to have different versions of these games. So, so I feel like the principle of it is that, yes, it's great that we have certain versions of a game available to play, but it would be nice to have, like, either as many, or if not all of the versions of said games. Like, I would like to have Tetris Attack on Super Nintendo NSO, even though we got Panel de Pon, just for the simple fact that, like, because some people grew up with the version of it that had Yoshi in it. So, there's also, like, people, but the thing is that, like, Nintendo, obviously, like, they're doing what they can to re-release a lot of these games, but they still have a lot more to release. And even though there is drip feed, the problem is the drip feed is very slow, so it takes a while for some of these games to release. Now, in regards to Sony, on the other hand, I would argue that Sony is a lot worse in how they handle their classic games, and the reason for that is for many years they've always been speaking out in regards to, like, how people are more focused on, like, modern games as opposed to classic games. Like, I remember the ex-CEO of Sony America, Jim Ryan, like, said, who plays those games? And he was criticized. Like, he had huge backlash over that. He doesn't work for Sony anymore. Good thing. So he left, I think, 2 years ago or last year. But when it comes to classic games, Sony, like, either doesn't care, or they're completely or they release a half-hearted product like the Sony PlayStation Classic, where they put 20 games. Because here's the thing, the PlayStation Classic as an idea, like, in theory, is an amazing idea on paper. It's just the way they executed it was not good at all. The reason is because they decided to just release 20 random games, and what makes it worse is that, like, 9 of these games are from the PAL region, which means that they're a lot worse in quality than the North American or the Japanese quality games because of the refresh rates that a lot of Europeans were used to having. Because to them, it was their normal, but they had no idea what our normal was or in Japan's normal at the time. So what they had was what they grew up with. It was what they were used to. So, but for us to get 9 of those games of that particular region, there was no excuse whatsoever when they could have used the North American versions of those games. So,
Okay, you just gave me an analogy idea for just how badly they handled that release. It would be like if Nintendo put out the Super Nintendo Classic with 20 games, but 19 of them were Shaq Fu and the other was Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City.
Can I tell you, 25 minutes ago, I just thought of that game.
you want to know what's a sad thing? Those games are better than Bubsy.
You got a point there.
Sad thing about that though,
Bubsy was
Atari's doing a Bubsy collection.
no. Bubsy was never good. Bubsy was never good. No. Anyway, going back on track. So,
Sorry.
That's fine. So, no, but like I just feel like if people are just trying to find like retro games, like I would just ask them, what are your favorite games you grew up with, and what are you trying to look for, and I could point you to the directions that you're looking for. But if it's someone that's completely new and wants to start discovering games that maybe their parents played, or in some cases, even their grandparents played, and I would ask them, what are those games that your parents played or your grandparents played, and I could point a direction to you, whether if it's a game that's on a modern platform that you can play it on, or if it's through emulation. If should the games not been re-released. But so in regards to Sony, the reason that they're, in my opinion, worse at game preservation than Nintendo, although they are supposedly working on like a game preservation like division, but I'll believe the results when I see it. They have a lot to prove. They have to prove me wrong. But the reason I think that Sony is worse is because of the fact that they just always focus more on the now rather than the yesterday. More so than any other company. Like they just don't seem to care. Like at least like Nintendo cares like a lot more to release games. The only problem is they're not releasing a lot of them fast enough. And the other thing is that like they should not have, like the other argument I would make is that Nintendo should not have to go to different like websites that have like ROMs and just shut them down, like if they're games that are not available otherwise. Switch I can understand because that's current, or because obviously you don't want people to obviously taking away like your sales. That's one thing, but like obviously I'm not going to go out of my way to go to bat to like multi-billion-dollar companies in general, but at the same time these sites also host like classic games. Like one example I can actually name was last year there was a very infamous, well not really infamous, but there was like a actual website that people know and used to go to that unfortunately got hit like with Nintendo, Sega, the ESA. The website was Vim's Lair. So a lot of companies went after them for like certain games, not everything though, but and in regards to Sony, they're just more incompetent on like how they handle their retro games, because they have a lot of great games that deserve to be played. I do hope that they actually manage to get better with this in the future, but that remains to be seen. But
may I interject quickly on the state of Sony?
Go ahead.
Right. So I think that their main concern right now is actually just staying afloat, period. Because when the PlayStation came out in '95, Sony was at the top of the tech world. Everybody bought their Walkmans. Everyone bought their CD Walkmans. Everyone bought their televisions. Everyone bought their speakers. Everyone bought their radios.
Yes.
Everybody bought their home hookups. You know, Sony was king in the 90s. And as soon as Apple came out with the iPod and started to re-revolutionize how we deal with music, how we deal with computers, how we deal with how we consume media, Sony as a company started to really heavily take a back seat, and then people started to trust Samsung over Sony when it came to their television sets. And the Sony Ericsson stuff started to creep in, trying to rebrand. So Sony right now really just has the PlayStation and perhaps something else in terms of sound when it comes to recording technology. But that's about it. You know, you had this monumental mogul creating something that everybody went to because of the name Sony.
Yeah.
Honestly, you really did. It was just a product of the time. And to say that the PlayStation is not a product of the time now would behoove me to keep my wits. But when we had all of that available to us in the 90s of having everything Sony in a living room, it made sense.
Yeah.
So I think that their take on the gaming preservation is down because they're not a video game company. They're a tech company.
Tech and entertainment.
That's really what their crux is. So for them to try to bankroll on just the PlayStation and whatever they're offering to the professionals in the recording industry, I mean, and the entertainment industry, it's really what they have.
Yeah.
So it's not at the top of their list, which is extremely unfortunate for us in this niche. But I just wanted to mention that for anybody watching who's wondering, like, why that might be a thing for that company.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and that's a good way to go about it.
And I do definitely like that point about like how they are trying to stay afloat from where they were versus what they are. Because like you mentioned Samsung case in point, because for the past, almost the past 10 years, the two best like TV brands really have been Samsung, and second after them would be LG. Where you're basically, especially with Samsung, you're getting Sony quality at a fraction of the price. So, and it's like, I'm not going to deny, Sony does still have great quality with it, but they have the price tag to match it. But if you've got a very comparable product at a more accessible price tag, what are people? I mean, part of why I mentioned I'm guilty. I've got a 65-inch curved Samsung back there. I've got two, soon to be three, 32-inch Samsung curved monitors. So, and like I also got that one. The Sony ones were way out of my price range when that happened. And not only that, the Samsung one I got on $1,000 off for that TV when it was a thing. So, but yeah, I mean, Sony is my second favorite company when it comes to games and stuff. I know they don't always have that same focus, but like I said in the chat, I mean, their focus on the now could honestly very much be summed up with PlayStation All-Star Battle Royale, which was a thing. But I mean, I enjoyed it. I got my money's worth out of it, but it was still kind of like, why did I buy this? And also just very much, I even remember showing the opening video of that game to a friend of ours, and he's like, okay, I recognize that character. Wait, who's this? Who's what? And just, whereas Smash Brothers, no matter how many retro characters someone knows or not, there's plenty of characters everyone recognizes in that game.
Yep.
So, and again, I still like them. I feel they can step up. I'm not expecting it to be their big MO, but here's hoping they can improve some.
All right. Yeah. So, but yeah, like the final thing I'll say before we go to the community questions is that I personally think that if people just want to have, just want to know where they want to go, like I said, I'll be their guide. I'll point them to the right direction and see and ask them what they like as well.
Yes,
because I agree. Always. I agree. Basically, I'm just adding to everything that you guys have said tonight. So basically, that's what it is. I'll guide you guys into the right direction and see where you can go. So now let's do the community questions. So the first one is from Professor Icepick. What are your thoughts on remastering older games for new platforms, as opposed to just emulating or porting the original versions? Are you in favor of the older versions being left in the dust, or would you prefer to have the option to enjoy both? My thing is, I prefer to have both, because here's the thing about this: you have like an old version of a game and you could also make a remaster, it's really good to play both versions of the game just to see the different perspectives of how the game was back in the day and how that same game is now with a new fresh coat of paint. So my answer that's my answer to the first part of the question. And the second part of the question, I need the option for both. I want the option for both because it's good to have options. So, John, what about you?
Could you please repeat the question?
What are your thoughts on remastering older games with new platforms as opposed to just emulating or porting the original versions? That's the first part of the question. The second part is, are you in favor of the older versions being left in the dust, or would you prefer to have the option to enjoy both?
My thoughts on this question are remastering is a good idea if it's one big game that a lot of people have been gathering attention to over time. Say Final Fantasy VII, for example. We got that remake. We're getting a lot more remakes, remasters over time, like Crash Bandicoot and Crash Team Racing, Spyro the Dragon, and even in recent years, we got Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2, which were really big for their time. Well, I had no idea about how big they were until I really began to see, and when I dipped my toes further into the pool of retro, how much of a choice cut those games are. Aspyr did a really good job on that. And Aspyr also did a really good job with the Tomb Raider Classic remasters, 1 through 3, 4 through 6, The Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness. All really nice ports. And this also goes on towards the idea of having options, because one of the interesting things that the Tomb Raider remasters do is at the press of a button, the graphics shift from modern textures to the classic grainy style. And that is one of the coolest things I can ever see in any retro re-release or remaster. Another good example of that I know off the top of my head is R-Type Dimensions DX. One of the coolest 2-pack of shooters I've ever seen in my time. It's another one of those instances where click the button, the visual effects and styles change. Not just the visuals, but the sound as well. Like, you get these remixed versions of every single song and sound effect that has ever been included within the span of those two arcade games, all at the click of a button. Why can't it be that simple? Spyro could have done that. Crash could have done that. They used it in their promotional trailers, for crying out loud, but they never really bothered bringing the feature over. It's not bad focusing per se. It's more, it would be nice to have that too. So I would agree to having the idea of, yes, let me see the old version too, as long as the new version is also available, just so I can kind of compare. And some games of today even do that with the Spyro Reignited trilogy, how the remaster has the option to choose between old and new music. That's one of my favorite examples of that right there.
That's awesome.
Super Mario Brothers, Taylor's version.
Oh boy. Let's see. Mantle, so what are your thoughts on remastering older games for new platforms as opposed to just emulating, porting the original versions? That's the first part. The second part is, are you in favor of the older versions being left in the dust, or would you prefer to have the option to enjoy both?
Absolutely love making new updated definitive versions of these games. Like I mentioned earlier in the podcast here, I just recently completed both of the first two Famicom Detective Club games. Games which, again, had not been out since 1989, and then suddenly we have completely new redone versions. And as someone who has done a bit of a dive onto the older Famicom disc versions of them, my God, these games deserve this. And it's already crazy enough to see how much The Girl Who Stands Behind was improved between its Famicom and Super Famicom versions. But then for this version, again, I know that this is just like the newest exciting one because I just beat Girl Who Stands Behind last night.
Yeah.
But it's still really flipping cool. Now, I am a huge fan of like remastering older games. Even if it's just a simple version of like, well, the past month I've been living Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition because I love Xenoblade Chronicles X. Is not my favorite game, but I love it. Like any of my human emotes, they're based off of my dude from that, and I thoroughly let myself escape and fall in love with this game. Which again, it's only 10 years old, but it was still amazing to see this. And for me, whether it's something super extreme like Famicom Detective Club or any of our 3D remaster or HD remaster or HD version, like Skyward Sword, for example, I for like Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker, every single one of those for their HD versions, or like the 3D version for like Ocarina of Time, they've taken some of the greatest games of all time and have somehow made them better. Which, and a lot of, it's also because I am such a huge fan of these games. A lot of people are like, oh my gosh, Mantle, you want a new version of this? Well, would I like that? Yes. But here's the thing. If I never get a new remastered or updated version of that game, I'm not upset. Do you know why? Because I still have the original. My biggest wishlist item in the world would still be an HD complete remaster of Ocarina of Time. But if I never get it, I won't be upset.
All right.
But I think it's great. But I kind of a caveat is when it comes to like these remasters, it's for truly. It doesn't have to be like every single groundbreaking game. Like there could be some games which were definitely good, and I'd still love to see those remasters. But it's one of those where you have to hit that balance between remasters of these games that do deserve this additional chance and do deserve this chance to be boosted, improved. Hey, what quality of life features can we add to?
Yeah.
Even simple things like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Like GameCube version was incredible, but the Switch version just again, I love that Nintendo keeps taking again some of these greatest games of all time, making them better. They're not just making them new; they're making them better, and I will stand on that mountain very firmly and believe that. Because I mean, there's a lot of proof to back it up. Because like you're having more fun with it, and it's another way to enjoy that. But it also doesn't mean that we should dive so far into Land of the Ports, which has never been a Nintendo console. That will always be Sony's shtick. Because Hayes, who asked for that to be ported?
Yeah.
Who needed that? And again, that doesn't mean I'm not a fan of ports, because if this helps more people play these games, sure, but we also don't need to dive into Last of Us territory.
Yeah.
I said it. I was conflicted about that game. But anyways, no, I am a huge fan of remaking these games because it breathes fresh life into them. It's a new way for fans who might not have been alive or missed on the chance to play these games much when they were younger to dive into them. Or for those of us who enjoyed the original, it's a new way to like, oh my gosh, check this out. A big one I think all of us here, whether we played ourselves or enjoyed vicariously, Super Mario RPG. The original was phenomenal, and I will argue has aged well. But the remake, holy flipping biscuit! The fact that, like, again, one of our mutual friends here, I'll just say, random bystander, he had never played the original. I had the opportunity and honor to guest with him and guide him through the original, and he beat that a little bit before the new one came out. He dove right into it, and he wasn't bored. He was jumping right into everything and geeking out about it all, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that reminds me kind of what Jeremy was saying earlier, like that when you go behind the curtain with Mario suddenly being 8-bit, that was one of my other things, like, oh, that's so cool. But on the second part of the question, since I've rambled a bit, apologies, is that I want both. If we can have both the original and the remaster, please, because it's a neat way to enjoy and see that comparison of how far they've come, have you further appreciate not only what they've done, but where it started. And I realize that not every game can be like Monkey Island's remakes, where you can just flip back and forth between the graphics very quickly. But being able to have those options, I feel, is just a richer, deeper, and just more awesome experience.
Yep. What about you, Jeremy?
piggybacking off of that with Monkey Island and being able to switch from pixel to modern, if it were happened to me, it would be like me sitting here and then would be like a stock photo of a piece of toast. Yeah, let me I see the question in the Discord. Let me just look at it one more time. Okay, so you know what's interesting about this question is I did not expect Nintendo to release GameCube as an NSO. And here's my reason. When they released Metroid Prime Remastered, I thought to myself, oh, so Nintendo is going to try and take the route of taking GameCube games that had to be fuzzied up and kind of like coated with this like faded waxy look that made it look cloudy, just to kind of, you know, blur the lines of the imperfections of it all. Yeah. So they put Metroid Prime Remastered out to say, oh, hey, look, we can like take something that you loved from 22 years ago and completely redo it and make it work with modern sensibilities. You don't have to worry about this and that. But when Nintendo released the announcement of GameCube NSO, all of that went out the window. And I thought to myself, oh, yes, they already tried this with their Metroid Prime collection anyway. So this was probably the test run to see if Metroid Prime 4 Beyond could run on both systems. So that was one of my first dives into trying to see what a company could do if they had both options. Yeah. Nintendo now has both options. So having options is always welcome. You're able to share in what was with people who might not have been there at the time. I look at a game like Sonic Adventure and in the back of my mind wish that Sega would sync up the characters' mouths and how they move to the dialogue. But then again, the charm of having it all kind of mixed up and funky gives it its charm. It gives it that Dreamcast feel. You know, here's a system that had a 256K modem and a little FMV, the UM, whatever it is, the UMV or whatever. And part of that charm exists in the zeitgeist of allowing those options to be relevant. Yeah. That's why we have retro gaming expos. You know what I mean? So when it comes to a remaster, a remake, a rebuild, a redo, a redux, a reinvention, if all of it is welcome and done with care, I don't care, because they're options. There are ways of gameplay that we might not have otherwise explored. And for people to dunk on, like what John was saying, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Rebirth, we this, we that. If there is an audience out there who wants more of that story with those characters, who am I to say that they're absolutely wrong because I am a purist? I'm not a purist, but like I'm a purist. No, it's this way or the highway. Having the capability of re-releasing is a beautiful thing. Yeah. Because the re-releasing allows us to embellish in the remake and explore the remaster. I enjoy that so much. I love having that option. So yeah, I think to the credit of the question, there's a lot to be said for what direction you would like to go in. But then again, there's no negative if there's a lot of care put into it.
All right. What about you, Korshal? What go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have the question up on Discord too. Sorry.
Yep.
I was gonna say my thoughts is that I am definitely for remasters and remakes. I always like there's a lot of artistic vision behind the dev teams that go behind these things, depending on the scale of the project, of the remaster or the remake, that I think is very important to talk about. We always think about our experiences with these, both of the original and any changes that are made for a remaster that is the follow, and how it can give us like a fresh coat of paint like gives us that nostalgic revisit. But then we really have to think about the individuals that really help make this happen to begin with. I think about the building blocks that create these experiences and these games a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And especially as I've replayed retro games a lot. And I know I was talking about like going through like self-imposed challenges make you think about the engineering behind games. It's very important to me to let the original experience be around, because the people who had like the circumstances to make these games for like budgetary reasons or hardware limitations or just like a bunch of factors like the staff on hand, like the time window they had to make it, all of this is a very important part that makes that original game what it is. And there gives a lot of context to like how you get an experience out of it in spite or in light of the development circumstances behind something being made. And I don't really want that to be lost just by having a remaster, like an equally great remaster, like with the Prime example, just thrown away to the wind and say, now we don't know exactly the decisions or like any small tweaks that would have been made like on the GameCube specifically. Like we can think about the lighting system with the arm cannon between the remaster and how there isn't like an ambient glow in the environment because of like the hardware tech between the GameCube and the Switch.
Yeah.
And those, it's a very small bit of minutia to think about, but that's still really important to me too. And I think about too, this is a little bit of a bad habit with the gaming industry, or at least with the Nintendo remasters we've seen, where they've consolidated / ignored the original credit roll of the developers when they do remasters of games. They're just like, yep, based on the original work of Donkey Kong Country Returns. And you may not even get to see the names of everyone who helped make this thing to begin with.
Yes.
These people always deserve to be credited and not just lost the time upon like the remasters that still keep it enjoyable for us as the gamers doing it. We should always be able to experience that first run and see everything the original group of people did to make that foundation that we still get to play upon with remasters we equally enjoy. I want both. Everyone always deserves the credit behind it. People work very hard to give me these things I've loved for years.
Yeah.
I want to make sure they're always remembered.
Yes.
I agree with that because like it hasn't been every like remaster. Like the main games I've noticed were Donkey Kong Country Returns HD and Metroid Prime. I mainly noticed it for those games, but it sucks that it's like that. I mean, but like I agree. Like we need to have both so we could be able to like respect all the people who A worked on the original and B worked on the remake as well. Like everybody who worked on both versions deserve all the respect that put all the time and effort into it. So I 100% agree with that. So next one is from Destiny Decade. Do you feel that a bad game deserves to get remastered? If it's to help fix the game to make it better, yes. But I do think that people should be able to see and play bad games just so that they can be educated on like this is the type of game that was played. People were not satisfied, but it's still part of history. That's my answer. Go ahead, John.
Bad games deserving remakes, re-releases, remasters. Well, there are good examples of this that have been done already. Final Fantasy II for one, and I will continue to dump on Final Fantasy II. I'm grateful that Square Enix gave us the Pixel Remastered Collection, but Final Fantasy II is just, oh man, where do I begin? How does the level up system even work? Like, why would you have to level up different weapons just to upgrade a specific skill set for whichever characters you're trying to build? That's one of my quips with it. And the bigger quip I have with Final Fantasy II is the dungeons. Well, and random encounters too. Like, why do I have to fight an enemy every 10 steps? It feels like every 10 steps I run into something big just attacking you from behind. One of the bigger issues with Final Fantasy II is the dungeons. Why are there at least 5 rooms in every dungeon in Final Fantasy II? That's literally just an empty space. That's all you're greeted with is an empty space. And sometimes it even isn't an empty space. Sometimes you get a random enemy encounter. It's just like the quips I have with that game, despite me finding the energy to play through it at least one time, was more than enough. So now I know never to go back to it again.
Yep.
But there are cases where, and I'm grateful that the Pixel remaster actually kind of recreated that too. So I know that if I were to go back to the original way of playing it, be it like a translated ROM through a flash cart or something like that, I would know what exactly I'm in for and the best ways to avoid that if possible. Now, there are good instances where I can't exactly say a bad game, but a poorly created one was remade or remastered in some kind of way and actually done pretty well despite it having some of its previous quips from its earlier release. Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, is one of the pioneer Dungeons and Dragons style role-playing games that received a full-blown Digital Eclipse remake back in 2023, where it actually has, it's just full-fledged all around as opposed to these black and white Apple II graphics with your monochrome screens and your ASCII graphics and the enemy sprites. Everything in this regard is all fixed. Everything feels great. Everything is polished. Given the grind effort is still there, but there's so much quality of life in this new version compared to how it was before. Everything's easier, everything looks better, everything's a lot more simple to catch on to, and it overall just feels great. Admittedly, I feel like there are plenty more bad games out there that do deserve remakes, maybe for the idea of finally giving them the proper chance that they should have received all those years ago. That's my way of putting it.
All right. Mantle?
Yeah, I pulled a face there because I thought of a couple of the examples of games which I would not consider to be good, which have been remade. But I definitely agree with what you were saying, Shellshock, about how, especially if it fixes what was wrong with the game, if it gives it an actual proper chance to be itself, that 10 billion%. I know I referenced Xenoblade Chronicles X earlier. Xenoblade Chronicles X is an incredible game. I will say this, though. The Wii U original ended on a massive-ass cliffhanger. That doesn't make it a bad game, but it was really nice that we were able to finally get more in that now. So, not necessarily cases like that, but like whether it's like a gameplay aspect or even a story aspect, stuff like that, please, by all means. And kind of like you were mentioning with Final Fantasy II. That's well, Shellshock has stepped away around that. Like, that's one of the things which is still, I know a lot of us have all talked or at least thought about. It was so wild back in the NES days whenever a series has started its first game and then it's still Wild West. They're still trying to experiment and figure out what they are. It's like the Cambrian explosion. They're just trying to throw stuff and figure out, hey, does this work? So that's why you get 2 games that are so wildly different, like Legend of Zelda 2 or Final Fantasy 2. The only difference is one of those games is good. But yeah, and then there are some games that even if I'm not necessarily a fan of, if they've been able to remaster it in a good way, which is a proper remaster, not just a souped up port, by all means. And then you've got Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah.
Which, that's why I pulled the face, because I know a lot of people have a lot of feelings about that game. I had always wanted to play that game. And I was so hyped to get the PS4 version. It's a very pretty experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good game.
Don really put his hands together on bated breath with that one.
No, he did. I have it. I will finish it because that's how I am. And I it's one of those where playing. I can see why people enjoyed it. It has not aged well though.
Yeah.
And I was so excited because I heard like various things about like, hey, they fixed this, but they didn't boost the controls. There's no music, and it's just an HD version of the original, which for many games, as all 5 of us here know, is fantastic. I'm not going to crap on anyone who enjoys it. I was severely disappointed. So, and like, to me, that's an example right there. Do I feel they shouldn't have remade it? I wouldn't go that far. But I don't know. It's just, to me, again, kind of like we were talking about, like, not every game needs to be remade, but it should at least be given a proper chance. And it all, as we all know here, there's a big difference between remake and port. Now, all 5 of us, we love ports. I am a huge fan of ports, but you have to pick your battle for each one. So, for me, I feel, yeah, some bad games should get have that opportunity to prove that they're not bad. Or just be bad in a new hilarious way. Kind of like give it a Rift Tracks treatment. Like, not take yourself too seriously. But others, it just really depends. But I feel they at least are given a chance. And then you can go on from there.
Okay. Jeremy?
Egoraptor on his Mega Man X YouTube video from years ago brought up 2 points: conveyance and theming. And if you take those 2 things and you apply them to a game that's considered bad, I think that you can do a lot of good with something that had 2 of those things in poor regard. Adventure from Atari. Could you make that a new game? Yeah. I mean, I think it's called open world. You know what I mean? Like, so there are certain qualifications of bad. You know what I mean? Like, someone in chat, I think it was Dragon X Flame 323. They said bad game can be subjective though. So yes, I thought about that as everyone was talking. I was kind of thinking in my head, like, you know, what does constitute as bad? And then I said the LJN re-release collection. So, okay, Silver Surfer by LJN, conveyance and theming. The developers had this IP and they flung together a game because they had a limited amount of time, probably knew only so much about the character, threw together what they could from the comics at the time in the 80s, and made it a one death hit, you're done game. Conveyance and theming. If you convey to the audience that this is your shot to like save the universe from Galactus, you have to convey that. Mm-hmm. And the theming of that allows you to get the extra hits, to have the life bar, to have bosses that mean something. Like, you have to feel like you're getting stronger. Yeah. So you put in the Gradius formula. You make your character get stronger. You feel like you're getting stronger. And so by the time you're at a certain point in the game and you have to face Galactus, you're ready. Conveyance and theming. Mm-hmm. Those 2 things, I think, are the most important, crucial part of taking a game that would be otherwise considered bad and making it accessible and playable. Gameplay, game design, all of those different... Shellshock has a finger up.
I have a minor correction that I want to make regarding Silver Surfer. It was actually not made by LJN. It was made by it was published by Arcadia Systems, who
yeah.
didn't really last that long after that. Like I think they were bought
Okay.
by Virgin after this.
Okay, so Back to the Future, conveyance and theming. We already have both from the franchise of the movie. So, okay. Thank you, though, for clearing that up for me, Shellshock. I appreciate that.
Yep.
So, yeah. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Conveyance and theming. You know, you give these IPs over to a company that is just trying to throw these things together because they were commanded by big wig studios who would otherwise be doing the Steven Spielberg thing of looking at, you know, somebody making E.T. in 7 to 9 months on the Atari 2600 and saying like, okay, we need this out by X. And then you crash an industry. Conveyance and theming.
Yeah.
If you give a studio the care, time, and funding to do so, you can create something that is accessible and bang for your buck.
Yeah.
In 2023, we had so many holdovers from the pandemic that the entire year seemed like every week we were getting 100-hour plus game. That doesn't make the game bad. It just means that we don't have rental stores anymore.
Yeah.
We don't have Blockbuster to take a game, go home for a weekend, and soak it all in, and then give it back to somebody else to try it. We don't have that anymore. No game demo can give you that anymore.
Yep.
That doesn't make these 100-hour games bad. It just means that we need to find a new way to make these games accessible through conveyance and theming.
Yeah.
And if you can pit that into something that is affordable and accessible by means of allowing you to add more if you want in terms of how far you want to progress, let's say. You know what I mean? Like you have to go to the theater and pay money to see Star Wars Episode 4, then see Star Wars Episode 5, then see Star Wars Episode 6. But if you're carrying that with the same breadth of wealth of, you know, we are catering to what this story is putting out there, that's going to help the situation that much more. I don't need to really say more about that, but bad, I mean, look, we all have our opinion on Leisure Suit Larry, okay? But if Rare were to come out with Anticipation and make it Mario Party style, that could work for an audience that would otherwise not want to have Mario in a party game. You know what I mean? Like there are just certain things to that could possibly work. But in the age of mobile gaming and in the age of, you know, which console is better, are you gonna be a pirate? Are you gonna stay legit? Bad is very subjective.
It is.
So conveyance and theming would be my argument.
All right. Korshal.
So there was a rough paraphrase of what I saw a friend on Blue Sky say once, is that like everyone has a favorite game and that it can be considered, quote, bad. Like to someone out there, a quote bad video game is somebody's favorite for any variety of reasons, for what it wanted to be, what it attempted to be, or like the vision that you see that it tried to strive for. And like it's been kind of touched upon now from everyone going before me about like the circumstances of people trying to have something work out. And it could be any number of reasons for like time, budget, staff, ambition that would have it come up short. And that I think they should get a shot to have it be remastered. Like if there's a passionate person there who can look back at something they tried before and that they really want to be able to course correct or even just give it a second go at the same kind of general concept and be able to be like, I've come a long way. I've learned quite a bit. This is really what I wanted to go at. Like my idea and my theming was where it always was, deep in my heart. I just needed more time, more skill, more perspective, to be able to bring this to light. Then they should absolutely go for it. I have also a second opinion. There are sometimes games keep a reputation that's enjoyably, quote, like bad. I'm going to go on the stump for a second and say of the PS2 and GameCube Sonic era, if Sega ever decided to remaster the Shadow the Hedgehog game and just like basically keep it the same, warts and all, except maybe it looks a little better, but it still keeps the funky collision that game does. You keep the same 4Kids studio dub, like you don't change a thing with the voice acting, and you just send that baby out with a new visual coat of paint. I'd be there in an instant. Like that,
Yep.
There's some stuff like that that absolutely deserves to, because that's the scale of bad quotes, in that like it's good bad, like the so bad it's good. There's definitely a category of video games that like are still enjoyable gameplay experiences, even if they don't get a drastic tune-up, and that everyone remembers for a very memorable point in time, especially for long-running franchises like Sonic with Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, that it'd be worth it just to like kind of really embrace that portion. It'd be like, yeah, this was a really goofy concept. It's a hedgehog with a gun driving a motorcycle, but then you see it referenced in like the newest movie, for example, because everyone remembers that. It's a ridiculous concept that in game was pretty clunky, but it's something people remember.
Yep.
And I think we should definitely be willing to just take that package and that time capsule of what they attempted at the time and be like, yeah, it's weird, but it's still fun. So here's Shadow the Hedgehog remastered, guns and all. Go crazy. Have fun again. We know it's not perfect. You know it's not perfect. But for what it is, you want to play it. Now I'd be like, you're right. I'm in. Here's my money. I'm going to pay for this again. Please let me replay Shadow the Hedgehog remastered.
Yes. All right. Next up is from Epic Man. Would you prefer to play older retro games on a modern console or PC, or handheld device, like or on a handheld device like a Switch, 3DS, or Steam Deck? I mean, with the Switch, you could play it on your TV or handheld, either way. So
Basically,
it's a win-win situation for everybody. But
Yup.
so by this logic, Switch wins.
yeah, I feel like we answered this question earlier, or at least in a similar idea of it, where
Yeah.
we were asked what our platform of preference or ease of access for classic on modern was.
Exactly.
I agree. I mean, I have my Magnavox Odyssey 2 sitting behind me, but I don't really have the antenna hookup to like flip it in and screw it in, and I don't have it.
Yeah, I
So
got my Virtual
what do I do? You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, my Switch lives, like I said earlier, like 99% docked. And because a lot of people, I mean, yes, we all know it's a hybrid, but I will stand on the hill that the Switch is a home console that has the option of being. And that's part of why I flip and love it so much. I mean, for me, same as all y'all. Switch, I would mostly play it on the TV. But again, I was under the weather this week. It'd be nice just to be like, I play in bed and play. Oh, I didn't get to do this when I was little and I was sick. So yeah, I think that's honestly one of the great. I think obviously the biggest theme of this podcast is retro games on modern platforms, but I think if I feel a secondary one is options,
Yes.
and that's one of the wholesome things for it. Also, I meant to ask you earlier, did you mean for episode 66 to be on Star Wars Day?
No.
The coincidence just
Wild
slipped in.
coincidence. Oh my goodness.
I love that, my dude. I noticed that
I
earlier.
didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
By the way, everyone, may the 4th be with you.
Yes. May the 4th be with you. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, Korshal?
I was gonna say, yeah, I fully agree. At least especially in terms of the handheld device of the Switch, Nintendo knew what it was doing, making that console. And the reason why it's so convenient to have, it's really hard to argue against at least the Switch. I would say even before the Switch was part of the big picture, the 3DS was a way I really liked to do some of the virtual console titles when they started doing the Super Nintendo and NES titles onto the eShop as well. Just because, like, especially as just an adult, it's much nicer being able, as Mantle was saying, the options. I like being able to know that, like, if I'm busy somewhere, I can take it with me for the pockets of time I have, be it like 5 to 10 minutes just waiting, like, to be called for something, for like an appointment, or just like just waiting for something to start, hanging out with friends as they get ready to go somewhere, and you're just like ready to go, but you're letting them take their time. You have your moments of opportunity to be able to touch gaming in either long form or short form by having it portable. And that's really important. And I think that helps a lot of us now with the longer titles coming out to be able to digest that. There are so many games, even like old school RPGs, that like I would not be able to finish if it was stuck only as a console on my television. I just would not have the time personally to finish it. Having it portable on something like the Switch or the Steam Deck gives me the opportunity to finish things I otherwise would never be able to do. So it's always like the Switch for me.
Yep.
For sure.
So, next one is from Dragon. Given the choice, do you prefer playing a retro game on its original console, or do you prefer playing it now on your modern console? I mean, like, the only reason why I'm going to say modern console over the original is because of easy access. The fact that I don't have my older consoles hooked up right now, but I have my Switch hooked up. So any game that I could easily play on the Switch that I would have otherwise have played on other platforms, I would prefer to play it on Switch for convenience. The same thing goes for Steam. I would prefer to play it on what I have set up right now, just for the convenience. That's my answer. Convenience. John?
Heavily agree on convenience. Also, something I did want to point out is it could be nice to go to original hardware every now and then, especially with things I've been doing lately and picking up flashcards and soft mods just to get that original feel experience. But I feel, again, as Shellshock said, for the sake of convenience, it would be better to work with whatever you're doing right now in the sense of you don't have to just rewire everything, make all of these reconnections happen all over again, just for the sake of embracing your moment, embracing your time, wanting to get through and pick things up as quickly as possible. That's my 2 cents.
Yep. Mantle?
Well, for me, my 2 rupees would happen to be that for me it depends on my mood. Especially because, like we were talking earlier, I have a bunch of these original games on the original media, on the original console, and then I've also got them in collection. So it really does depend on the mood for me. And I'm happy that you mentioned that about setup, John, because I'll have to, once I get more of my space set here, because y'all know it's been a year for me. I have all 7 current generations of Nintendo hooked up, good to go on my TV through both my upscaler where needed and my switcher. So like all my retro consoles are into my switcher, then into my retro tink, then into my TV. So my retro tink is set for GameCube down through my NES. That's my PlayStation 2. So mine is literally just a matter of switch a button or it automatically detects it based on what my power setting is. But that's I know not everyone has the space or the bandwidth for that, and that's fine. This was my dream for me to have all my stuff hooked up, and literally all I have to do is it either automatically detects or I flip a couple buttons. And I've got each of those plus my PlayStation set and good to go, and now I have the exciting task of getting set for my Switch too. But for me, it depends on what I'm in the mood for. So sometimes I want to jump into my original file of something, or I want to feel it on that original hardware. And with my my upscaler, it's easy to do. But sometimes I just feel like popping it in and jumping in, and especially like for streaming, whether for sharing on Discord or on Twitch. I mean, yeah, I've got it all, the whole setup for it, but sometimes I don't know what I want to play, and it's easy just to like, oh, there we go, switch, there we go. And I've got options depending. So, but then another part of the thing is it also depends on, is this game available on a modern console? So that's again where I love being able to have my options between the two. So yeah, I love both, and if space was ever a big concern, then there's modern. But again, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier about options. It just depends. I will just as easily jump into my original Ocarina of Time Gold cartridge version 1 with the old music and designs and red blood as I will hop onto Switch Online.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. Jeremy?
I have a short answer and a long answer. So I'll start with the short answer. There is a magic to having tangible chips inside of a cartridge and it actually working in a console designed for those chips to work their magic.
Yeah.
That's the short answer. The long answer is back in the 80s and the 90s, our economy was at a point where it could actually be a hobby. So you took the time without distractions to be able to sit down, read a manual, and figure out how to hook this up to your television, along with possibly your other console sitting next to it. And so you taught yourself how to switch. And you didn't mind getting up from the couch to eject, to power off, to switch to another game, to browse through the library, and to pick something out. There's a physical, tangible quality to that that has become such a burden with a lack of time. And that is all we have. So, given this argument for convenience, if I had my way of having time for a hobby that I didn't have to worry about earning a secondary income for, I would absolutely 100% choose the hard console over having the convenience of the Switch. That aside, now I prefer my Switch. And it's unfortunate that I have to say that. And it kind of hurts my heart. And it kind of hurts that my children aren't really privy to that being an option for them. Because as a family, we just don't have the time. We're everywhere. We're constantly busy. We're constantly running around. There's not a lot of that downtime. And whatever downtime I do have, I want to offer it as a quality of everything can be a lesson for my children and lead by example. But on those days when I can hook up my NES or my SNES or N64 or GameCube or Wii or whatever to my CRT, I'll do it because I have the means of doing so.
Yeah.
I don't like answering that. You know what I mean? I don't like that.
No, I feel
But again, there's a magic to the chips. And to the factory and to the people who put in the time to give quality to those cartridges. Big example, Kirby Adventure runs off the cartridge as the ROM itself. The only reason it's inserted into the NES is so that you could power it on. That whole game is run in the game. It's not run in the system.
Yeah.
And that's why it cost X, which we'll get to from another one of the community questions. But the magic of the detail and the time that Sakurai and his team back in 92 and 93 put into that, nothing beats it. Nothing beats the time-honored tradition of allowing the hobby to speak for itself. It's like woodworking, you learn to do it.
Yep.
All right. Korshal?
It kind of depends on the console. I really share a lot of Jeremy's views. I know I talked about at the start that I own a lot of physical games, as I'm sure most of us do, honestly, but I love getting to fiddle around with like GameCube discs, with the especially portable, like the Game Boy line of cartridges. I also have a TV center that's got a whole bunch of consoles with a switcher lined up for when I feel like doing it. But when it comes to home console stuff, I mainly like to use my Switch because that is an ease of convenience. My portable games, like my Game Boy library, I do actually wind up playing on a modded Game Boy I have. Because I got the OG wide GBA design. Got a pink shell for it to match my favorite color. Got a backlit screen. Did the modding scene to it to make it a little easier to take with me with the rechargeable battery and everything. I love using that thing. That's my little child that I took the time to kind of refurbish and spruce up with its own like secondary market kit and make it a thing I could use, which I know kind of changes the question a little bit in that it's a modified retro piece of hardware, but the core is still the GBA we know and love, even if it's like a different screen with a new set of like plastic buttons and everything. It's still the core system that I really like. So when it comes to the Game Boy line, I really enjoy being able to take that with me and insert the cartridges in there. Sometimes just like the factor of time, I know Jeremy talked about this too, can make some games harder to play. I've gotten a couple games in my collection that are a little inconsistent with how they run now, just because wear and tear will affect these things as they go, in which then I pretty much have to use the Switch for it. But if I can, I definitely like playing portable cartridge games to really experience. The DS is a big one too, because the DS it's gotten some ports as we talked about earlier, but even then, using that physical stylus, the DS is a champion as a retro system. Like that sensation of when I first got a fat red DS as the Mario Kart DS bundle, and everything I got to experience of that concept of wrapping my head around two screens, separate and yet still like not even close to overwhelming. I looked at that when I was young and thought like, how in the world are you supposed to play this thing? And then you get have it in your hands, you go, I get it. I now understand what makes this thing work.
Yeah.
And even with all the DS ports nowadays of making sure we can still play on modern systems, just the arrangement of the screens and just understanding that dynamic, that you can indeed process two screens right underneath or above each other and just have it click and you don't miss a beat.
Yeah.
And you get to use your stylus while also doing button commands and doing a lot of things you think would be motor skill wise kind of overwhelming. And you figure out these devs made it work just fine on that system, even intuitively. And you're just like, that's worth playing. The DS library and the portable library is something I think is very much worth playing on its OG hardware and not just the Switch. But then for home console experiences, if it exists on a Switch option, I don't mind playing it on there most of the time, even if I have the OG hardware.
Yep. All right. Those are some good answers. Very good answers. Sammy G asks, what price range are you willing to pay for a port or remaster of a retro game physically or digitally? It depends on the game. And it depends on how much content it has. And is it a digital only game, or is it a game that you can get both, like physically and digitally? Like, it all depends. Like, it's just really no set answer for me, but so it just depends on the game and how it's presented. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
John?
I will agree and coincide with what Shellshock is saying, is based on dependency, be it availability, controllability, how much of it will really make an impact on me if I play it. Like, if I see an Arcade Archives port for a game I've never really seen before, but I see it's pretty good, but I'm not really that much of a fan of the style of the game that's up there, I may pass on it, because I mean, there are other games that I've paid the full the $7.99 tag for. My entire Namco collection.
Yep.
And there are instances where, yes, I will dump the full $7.99 just to feel the idea of finally having that playability of that game, be it Dangerous Seed, Dragon Saber, Thunder Scepter, and a bunch of other really good examples. Even some of the Taito ones like Ray Maze and Flipple. A lot of good ones there. Collections, I usually like to go for collections when they're on sale. at least at a reasonable discount. The only reason I have the Space Invaders Invincible Collection and the Darius Cosmic Collections was because I got them at a discount. Ooh, excuse me. As opposed to their $39.99 standard MSRP. Like, it's much more worth it getting it for around the 50 to 60% discount instead of the full $39.99. Because even then, it feels like you're spending a lot less for a lot more.
Yeah.
With the Darius Cosmic Collections featuring multiple versions of one game, or the Space Invaders Invincible Collection featuring so many different styles of a similar concept that just never gets old. You would be surprised at how many times Namco has done a new Pac-Man, but every single Pac-Man game that they've ever made available feels different somehow. Like, you can't compare Pac-Man to Super Pac-Man. You can't compare Super Pac-Man to Pac-Mania. You can't compare Pac-Mania to Pac-in-Time. I'll go off on a Pac tangent here if I have to.
You also can't compare Pac Jr., the pinball machine, to Mrs. Pac-Man.
Yeah.
True.
Or Ms.
Jeremy gets the idea.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure everybody else understands what I'm saying here too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That will be all.
All right. Mantle?
Yeah, my answer is pretty much like your Shellshock. It depends on what the collection is and what the price is. I mean, the stock answer would be like $60 or 70 if that's the direction that we're headed. But it also depends on just how much we're stuffing into this collection here. So if it's like a lot, and I mean a lot of stuff that put in, and it's basically like 10 collections in one, I would absolutely be willing to pay more and probably get into the 3 digits at that point. But most of the time, I would just play the standard MSRP of most other games at that time. And if it's just a port of a game that is very old, they've not really done too much for it, it's just like, hey, now you can play it on this system.
Yep.
Then yeah, maybe like $40. But again, depends on the game, depends on how much is going on for it, and depends on the price. But yeah, probably just around standard MSRP of a new modern title.
Okay. Sounds good. Jeremy?
$5 billion.
No.
Okay.
No. Go ahead.
I guess the magic number is 50. 50's the magic number.
Okay.
You're halfway to paying for a bundled price, or whatever they call them now, season passes, that cost $100 upon initial releases. And then you're not necessarily feeling like you're getting blackballed by a $20 game that, involves shovelware. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like 50 is the magic number. Economically, it's 70 again because of the industry and the state of the industry. So we have to put that into motion.
Right.
There are people losing their homes right now. You know what I mean? So we hear that games are $80, and I'm like, well, yes, because things cost money and people have to feed families. You know what I mean? There's just all of the garbage in between that raises the price. That's really what it is. It's not the idea of, you worked hard on this, therefore I deserve it for free. That's not how this works. So for me, $50 is that like little pocket of where we can give the investors whatever quarter they want. And by literally a quarter, I mean we can give them that quarter of whatever they want to sell more and have it be on a bigger epsilon of, where it can be placed, and also be able to service the consumer's wallet. So I would say that it's a push and pull just because of what I understand of what's happening in the industry, but also from the union side of what's happening. So I can't really speak too much on that point right now. This isn't really that discussion, but 50, keeping it $59.99 is ideal, but 50 would be the magic number.
All right, sounds good. Korshal?
So it's definitely a little variable for me personally. I would say broadly, especially if it's like a collection of ports or remasters, that I think 50 is a good number. I personally, I'm very emotionally motivated on how much my money gets spent when it comes to some of these franchises. Some of these things I would drop full price without even thinking about it. I am admittedly in a very like fortunate position in terms of my hobby money that I get to choose like who I support and how and for how much. So I try to, yeah, definitely like Mega Man, Dragon Flame. Yeah, no hesitation there. So there's sometimes like, I like to think this is kind of with me with movies as well. I have decent intuition of my own sense of taste when it comes to what I think I'll enjoy and what is like something I really want to put my time into. If it's something that I look at, if it's like I'm kind of interested, but it's something maybe I've never like done before, then I tend to wait till those things are on sale. Typically, you can put it in the $20 to $30 range, and then that's when I'll probably dip my toes in and be like, "Yep, this is the time to try this out." If it's MSRP, it was like 50. But then if it's something that I know I want to support and be able to like kind of send more of a message to the, especially like the company bigwigs overseeing some of these franchises that might otherwise be dormant, like Mega Man, and to say, I really want to prove there's something here for you, then I usually am willing to pay 50. And on the subject of physical too, I am not afraid to spend the extra money to get a physical edition of something that might otherwise be cheaper digitally. Even sometimes we are seeing in some cases nowadays, there might be a $10 to $15 increase for something just to exist as a physical version of something versus its digital only. And there may be nothing tangibly different between having the physical version, like there might not be any additional goods in it. There's nothing like different with the game. It's just literally the physical thing I can hold in my hands. And a lot of the time, I personally don't mind paying more as long as it's within reason. If it's like a $10 extra premium, I'm in the position where I can go, yes, I would like to have it physically. This way I can share it more easily with some of the friends around me. It's gotten a little easier now with the Nintendo specifically, with the virtual game card system they're trying out, to be able to share it to a select like group of friends that I otherwise would not have been able to without some hoop jumping.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I think anywhere between $20 to $50 with a added premium for physical, because that's what I choose to want to have for my own collection, is about where my like butter zone is when it comes to spending on remasters or ports.
All right. So the next question comes from Azran127. And this is a very short question, and I have a short answer. CRT filters, yay or nay? Yay. But only like but not all the time, but yay.
Yes.
John?
My answer is no. Simply put, because there are a lot of re-releases and compilations out there that don't really do the retro or CRT filters right. There's no true satisfactory mark that everybody seems to hit. And in some cases, there are instances where the CRT filters are instead just one standard setting, where as opposed to Hamster Corporation and Arcade Archives, for example, where you have depth levels and settings, and there's even a secondary CRT filter that adds a static bar that scrolls across the screen over time. Those are the right kinds of filters. And in order for me to truly grasp the feel of the games I'm playing, I would like to have that as like a universal filter of sorts. So if it doesn't really have that style of availability, then no, nay for me.
All right. Mantle?
For me, it depends. Like, if they're done right, then sure. But if we've all seen CRT filters, whether as an option on a game or even on an upscaler, where it just feels like the lines are just way too hard in your face like that, and it's just, I'm sorry, I grew up on a CRT. That's not what those look like. And so the ones that are trying too hard, absolutely not. The ones where it's not really applying or adding to it, no. But if it's done right, where it's just slightly there and you're not just looking, wait, why does my TV look like it has stripes? Then no.
Mhm.
And again, I say this as someone who, same as all y'all, we've got different games where you have that option. And some of the games, it looks good. Others, not so much. And also, we all have our OG hardware. My upscaler with my RetroTink 5X, I have the scan lines like on the mildest setting, especially since I have a large television, where it looks the way it's supposed to, but still kind of smoothed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, for me, it's kind of like, yes, within reason and when done right. Otherwise, no.
All right. Jeremy.
As simple as this question is, I think this falls into the video games are art category.
Yes.
Because when these games were created, the developers understood that these were the TVs that we were going to be playing these games on. So they manipulated their pixels in such a way that was conducive to how the pixels were going to look on your television.
Exactly.
So to withdraw from that and to see the pixels for exactly what they are now that we have this clarity, I actually prefer it because that was the intention.
Yeah.
The intention is artistic. It's an artistic intention. You know, you've got paintings, and when you zoom in close on, let's say, a George Seurat, when he's, you know, and this is of course a musical theater reference, you're dotting and painting the hat, and you're making all of these tiny little dots to create a picture. That's exactly what this is. You are literally putting a picture in order to make it stand out as whatever you want it to be. So I do say nay, but only on the precipice of it being a limitation.
Mm-hmm.
But it did service the art.
Yes.
For its
Yeah.
time, it absolutely serviced the art. And what is that whole Pixar philosophy? Is that the art inspires the technology and the technology inspires the art?
Yes.
I believe that this falls again into that category. So nay for me on the short answer.
Okay. Korshal?
I share pretty much Jeremy's view. It was the same subject I had in my mind, in that, like, I know I think about dev choices a lot. I think being a kind of a musician really makes me think about every single building block that goes into making something. So I used to do a bunch of like sprite editing kind of work for fan game things back in the day too. So I've really got to look at a lot of how do these things get made and why when it comes to this. And nowadays, I've seen some great comparison photos. There was a image that I saw go around in Blue Sky for a bit that was some Castlevania character portraits underneath the various realms of like CRT filters. And when you see like the scan lines on like Dracula versus just having a pure pixel image, your interpretation of this image is wildly different in terms of how like the art all comes together. And you can tell, like Jeremy was saying, they were anticipating those lines to be there with how like you take in that image. I personally don't use the options much in games, but if the filter is done accurately and well to help best portray what the original development team wanted it to look like, I very much want that option to exist. So then we're able to really appreciate what they wanted to do, and we don't get the wrong idea of how they were developing these images for us to see on their games back in the day.
Yeah. All right. Next one.
You kind of get.
Rod?
Oh, sorry, real quick. You kind of like both of you guys kind of give me some more clarity of like what I was kind of saying. Where it's like basically, if it's for the use of the art to actually make it look the way it's supposed to, absolutely. But if it's just to have stripes on your TV, then
Yeah.
As long as I get Dracula talking to Richter at the beginning of Symphony of the Night and he's leaning over with his glass of wine looking at him, I just pray that I hope the scan lines make him say, I hope you brought cannoli.
Yep.
I mean, that's fair.
But, filters are filters,
Oh, yeah.
One thing I kind of also want to point out,
Mhm.
I also don't like smoothing filters.
Oh, smoothing filters.
I
Yeah.
like to see the pixels as raw as they are.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's like if they're like down to like S video type smoothing, then I think that's great. But if it's smoothing for the sake of like blurring, then yeah.
I mean, the
Right.
GameCube already did that. Like, come on, we're past that.
They did it the right way.
Right.
And it's one of those things of like, here's how to do it correctly, here's how to not.
Right.
I remember when it comes to like those smoothing or like they blend it all together to make it round and really just mesh the pixels, like emulators. This is the thing they would introduce as an option to be like, yeah, let's try Yoshi's Island with this smoothing filter. And I remember looking at it even when I was younger, and I was like, I'm not sure I'm so in on this. Smoothing, pixel smoothing has never been that good for 2D sprite artwork. If you're talking about it for like 3D games with like AA kind of stuff, that's a little different. But when it comes to actual like 2D sprite work games, I am not a fan of smoothing filters at all.
This was with Yoshi's Island. That's what the Super FX chip was for.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's our next question?
All right. So, next question is from Sohn. What's one collection you would love to see from a retro game series? Basically something that hasn't been re-released yet. So I have two answers that I really want to go with, and one of which to me is more like a follow-up to the Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, but it's not Ninja Turtles, but it's a completely different series altogether, and it is from Konami. I want a collection of all the Konami Tiny Toons and Animaniacs games all in one. So, like, basically NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, and Sega Genesis, all the games that Konami has made for Tiny Toons and Animaniacs, all of which would be a part of this collection. That's my first collection idea that I would like. Now, for the second one, and this one is more of a collection of a series of games from Capcom that really needs to make a comeback, because they've been killing it with their collections as of late. I'm loving everything that they've been doing, but I feel like it's time to bring Beautiful Joe back. And the reason I'm choosing Beautiful Joe is because of the fact that it's been a long time since we had these games. That none of them have ever been re-released. The last time that Beautiful Joe has appeared in any game in any capacity was in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. After that, well, maybe some cameos in some other games, but Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was the last major appearance that he appeared in. So I feel like now that Capcom is rebooting Okami, so I think it's time that after Okami is getting a new game, I think Beautiful Joe should be next. So to get people prepared, we should get a Beautiful Joe collection, because the thing is, we already have Okami HD. That game is on practically everything that you can play right now in terms of modern. So I think Beautiful Joe needs to get a collection. So those are my two answers. John, you're next.
Galaga.
Yep.
Nothing more than a Galaga collection.
All right.
We've had so much support for Pac-Man over the past 4.5 decades as of this month that he's been around. But where is the love for everybody's favorite space shooter? And given we have a lot of games across the Galaga universe that would totally make for a good collection. Galaxian, Galaga, Gap Plus, Galaga 88, the arcade and console arrangement games, Legions DX, Galaga Wars, bring a mobile port to console like they did with Pac-Man 256.
Yep.
Give us Galaga Remix from Namco Museum Remix. Give us Galaga games that don't even have the Galaga name, like Starblade. Star Ixiom, Star Luster, Bosconian Blastoff, Final Blaster, Burning Force, Thunder Scepter, or even just as a little bonus, give us the Xevious bundle, Xevious Super, Far Drought Saga, 3D/G, the Solvalau, that one first-person Xevious game that never really saw much of a light of day. Another interesting that would be nice to see too is consoleized ports of Project Dragoon and Attack of the Zolgir, which are, to my knowledge and research, laser disc light gun based games that would kind of play in a similar style to how Galaga Remix does on Namco Megamix.
Right. All right.
Long story short, Galaga put a lot of all the obscure stuff on there. Everybody's gonna love it.
All right. Mantle?
I agree with you, Shellshock. Just a collection of stuff that has not been released in a good long while. There's so many games I could probably think of. And I did like preview this question while I was at work today. And it's hard to sit down and think about it without us going even longer than we already have. But I think just some of those like unexpected but still really loved ones. And I mean, I know there was some chat earlier in the text chat about a Disney Afternoon. I'm a huge Rescue Rangers fan. Like, Rescue Rangers is my favorite non-anime TV show of all time. And to actually have a proper Disney Afternoon collection with Rescue Rangers 1 and 2, yes, I've got them, but I would still be over the moon for. I also agree with John. I would love a Galaga collection. I grew up with Galaga. I love Galaga and all of its different variants. But just for the sake of a unique answer, a retro yet not retro, I would love a collection of the little retro games that you had in Splatoon 1 that you actually got to enjoy. So like Squid Jump, Squid Racer, Squid Ball, and Squid Beats.
Okay.
Those were only available in the first game. And yeah, you had the arcade machine, but other than that, you could only play these games while you were waiting for matches to start. And that's no longer a thing. And then we had Squid Beats 2 and Splatoon 2, which... Squid Beats 1 was great. Squid Beats 2 was even better. And it would just be really neat to have not just these 4 games, but like a whole Splatoon collection of these. And especially like some of the locker items you've got in Splatoon 3, like Octocon Country. And these other games they've got. But having a full-on actual collection of these games, whether from Anchovy Games or otherwise, I know that Splatoon's only just about to turn 10 years old, which is still... incredible to me, but I would love something like that. So, yeah. Anything else aside from that? Yeah, and just we've already gone over a whole bunch of different ones. Like even just some of the. I'm always up for more Zelda collections of some of the games that don't always get the love that they deserve, but that'd be fun.
Yep. Jeremy?
I have a potentially realistic answer, and then I have a dream answer. So my potentially realistic answer is the Capcom Marvel games that came out, or at least a superhero collection of Marvel, because you've got these wonderful games like War of the Gems, and then you have the X-Men game from Capcom, but you also have Mutant Apocalypse. But then you also have from LJN, you also have Spider-Man Maximum Carnage and Separation Anxiety. You also have whatever that one where you're versus the Kingpin on Sega CD. You know, the Marvel video game collection, you had a Captain America beat up. There's so much to that from the 90s that would be a great service to the fandom now. I think that we have all come of age in that form, that would actually be a really great idea and a really awesome selling point, because you have the capability of doing that in a way. Like, it's possible.
Yeah.
But then again, Disney. Now, speaking of Disney, my dream collection would be of Mickey Mouse. Mousecapades. The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, Mickey and Minnie, whatever the circus game was. There was a third one with Donald Duck that was released only in Japan. There was Mickey Mania, The Timeless Adventures of Mickey Mouse.
I love that.
There was The Castle of Illusion, World of Illusion,
Yep.
along with Donald Duck again. Quackshot, like there's a like that's the hidden gem. Like there is a wonderful plethora of Mickey platformers that I think would also service a fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be my like dream collection. It won't happen, period. It won't happen. But wouldn't it be nice? So that
Yes.
would be my collection.
Yeah, like, because I thought that the TMNT collection would never happen, and it did. So, never say never.
That's
all.
true. You're right. I am of a positive frame of mind. Okay,
And-
never say never.
And
I
case
never
in
expected
point,
the Yu-Gi-Oh collection to happen.
Oh yeah, we did get the Yu-Gi-Oh collection. I do have
That's
that.
right. Yeah.
and also with like Disney actually letting some things happen, Sora and Smash for crying out loud. So
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, I'll hold you all to it.
All right. Yep.
on my copy of Mickey Mania over there, I got you.
Yep. Korshal, what about you?
I've got two. One I'm a little more passionate about than the other, just because of a lot of childhood nostalgia playing that series a little bit more than the first one I'm about to mention. But I love both. One, you actually mentioned this earlier too, Shell, but I'm going to bring it back to the spotlight. The Bomberman games, especially for my opinion, the 3D era between the N64 and the GameCube ones. I own and love all of 64, Second Attack. Hero is actually one I've been meaning to get, but I remember renting it a lot and being really confused at first by its gameplay, but I like it. But then Generations, and then especially the oddball for English speakers, Jetters, from the anime spinoff. I want all those to be put back, and especially the voice acting on all of the cutscenes, especially from the GameCube games, are lovably handy. I would love to be able to do that. The Jetters one in particular has some amazing cutscene. There's one I will always remember with one of the mid-world mini-bosses, and the way he chooses to introduce himself in English with his laugh is the stuff of Legends, and I want that back.
Yep.
In terms of another series that I do think should have a realistic chance, is I want the portable GBA and DS Sonic games. This, I am completely baffled out of my mind that Sega has not done this. There is a huge nostalgic following, myself included, for the Advanced Trilogy. These were the games that were my gateway to Sonic. My family used to go on card trips a lot, and I would be with my GBA for hours, and the Kirby games and the Sonic games gave me a lot of value, not just because of playing the games, but they really kickstarted my obsession with game music because they all had sound tests. These sound tests of the Sonic portable games, DS with Rush and Rush Adventure also did this. They all had Legends as well in chat, absolutely. Yep. But I think about Sonic portable games, GBA and DS games, really kickstarting my love for game music and giving me a chance to listen to it without having to like pause on a level or do anything weird like standing in place and hoping the level timer doesn't get you like timed out or anything.
Yeah.
I was able to use this as a portable jukebox on these long drives to like vacations, to family meetings, and it's very nostalgic to me. I really want those games back, and they're all good. It's not like any of them in the advanced games or the Rush duology were bad games. I think they really deserve more of a spotlight, and I know the community wants it. We're all really nostalgic for it now. Generations and like other like Easter eggs have kind of like prodded at these games now and again, but they deserve to be back. I feel like they shouldn't be difficult to bring over. Please, Sega, if we're really embracing all our Sonic, give us those, and just for kicks, as a bonus, give us Sonic Battle for us oddballs who really want to play that game. And we would be so happy if you revived the GBA and DS games in one package. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
No mention of Sonic Pinball Party is diabolical.
Better conveyance and theming for Sonic Dark Chronicles, please.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, Chronicles is a glorious mess.
All right. So we got 2 more questions. Mr. Ben asks, do you prefer the ability to have access to older titles via subscription service, such as Nintendo Switch Online, or would you have preferred they have been available for purchase, such as through their former eShop service? I mean, I already said this, but I'm gonna go a little bit more into it. That I personally think okay, so I am a believer that with the sole exception of being able to buy and keep your games forever, I love Nintendo Switch Online for what it's doing, because it allows me to be able to play a lot of games I otherwise would not have ignored. And because there's pros and cons when it comes to both the Nintendo Switch Online and Virtual Console. And the thing about Virtual Console is that, yes, the games are pretty cheap for what they are. Like, let's say, for example, $5 for NES game, $8 for Super Nintendo or Genesis, about like $10 for N64. Turbo Graphics goes for about like $6. And the thing about, and then like everything else has their own price, variant prices and all that. But here's the thing: when you buy all the games you want, it adds up over time. Yes, you keep them forever, but it adds up if like you're not really made of money and you don't want to have and you don't want to spend all the money on the games, on every game. You're just only going to get the games you want. Whereas Nintendo Switch Online, at least I have, sure, I'm paying a subscription fee to have access to these games each year, or annual or monthly if I decide to go the monthly route. I personally do it annually. I do it every year. But here's my thing. I'm open to trying out games I would have ignored.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you have your Marios, you have your Zeldas, you have your Metroids. But then you have something as quirky as like a Kururin, or in the case of N64, Winback. But the thing is that there's so many games that you would have never have like tried otherwise. You would just ignored it. Like, again, the only thing that I would say that would make NSO 100% better than Virtual Console is being able to buy the games and keep them forever. Like, even if it's just games you want, but at least have that option. But the other thing I will say is that though N64 emulation is pretty spotty on all of them, like on all like both Virtual Consoles on Wii and Wii U, and also on Switch Online, like, because N64 has always been of mixed opinions, mixed value, like quality of the emulation. But for everything else, I personally think that NSO runs them better. Like, when you look at NES games on the Wii U, they're dark. Everything is darker except Game Boy Advance, but Game Boy Advance was actually developed by M2 on the Wii U. But Switch, everything is everything otherwise is practically like bright. Like, they're not super bright, but they're actually brighter than Wii U's emulation. They're exactly what they're supposed to be. And it got to the point where like a lot of the games like just look and feel better. The only other thing I will say that's a negative with regards to NSO, which is going to get fixed on the Switch 2 at the very least for N64, is that you cannot remap any buttons. But for N64 on Switch 2, you will be able to do so, because they confirmed that you could be able to do that.
Yep.
So at least like they're listening to a lot of feedback that people have regarding like how to handle like emulation on like N64, because people point out like when N64 launched on NSO, a lot of the games did not like perform as great as they used to. But the thing is, they would go back and fix a lot of the issues because people did like speak out about them. Some of them, like for me personally, I felt like a lot of them didn't feel like as big of a deal. The first time I felt where it did feel like a big deal was in Paper Mario, because there were 2 boss fights. One of them was the Game Guy boss fight. And the other one, what was the name of that giant piranha plant again. Like I forgot its name.
Oh, Lava Piranha?
Yes. If you died, like even if you saved the game in game, if you died and game over, the game crashes, and then when you go back, you lose whatever progress you have made. I've seen that happen to some people I know. They did fix that. They did fix that. But that was a big deal because that was bad. Like that just, and also, in a later area, if you hit a tree with your hammer, the game crashes, and the same thing happens. Whatever progress you made, you lose all of that, and you go back to whatever was the last save that you made, unless you made save states. If you made save states, at least that all isn't really lost. But
Yeah.
but they did fix it. So they've been, the thing is that for whatever reason that N64, because like NES through Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Boy Advance, they're all done like, it's also Super Nintendo. They all like were done by the same Nintendo developer who did the emulations, whereas N64 was different for whatever reason. And that's why it was acting up the way they were. They did fix a lot of that, the problems. But regardless, I do think that NSO is better, except for the fact that you could be able to keep your games forever. Like they should have that option. But other than that, I prefer NSO. John?
Honestly, the way I think about this is it all depends on what's available with the service. Like Nintendo Switch Online, for example. Yeah, you've got great games and there are a lot of good values, but there's something missing. It feels like you got to add a little bit more to it. With how overpriced PlayStation Plus Premium is, yes, it's nice that they offer ways to play games via cloud services, and it's nice that they also offer PlayStation 3 games to be playable to their library. But the problem with the PS3 ports is they're not even native ports; they're cloud games. So that's another big little quip for me, and as to why I don't like this. This is where I put Antstream Arcade kind of over everything else, because yes, you've got value, you've got platforms, you've got constant additions that are being added at least once or twice every week. And even then, it's not just games. There's tournaments, there's social circles, there's challenges, tourneys, a lot of interesting little additives like these would make subscription services like Nintendo Switch Online possibly just a little bit better. Don't get me wrong, Switch Online has great value, great variety. There's absolutely no topping the value of Switch Online, but I just wish it had a little bit more, and that's where I put Antstream Arcade over this. So it's more so a dependency of sorts. It depends what's available and what's not.
All right. Mantle?
For me, it's a mix of both, really, because I mean, I was a big proponent of Virtual Console when it first debuted back on the Wii. I was a big early adopter of it, and big person of like sharing it with people who didn't understand what that was on the Wii and telling them like, hey, you don't understand what backwards compatibility we have here. It's not just GameCube. Look at what you get here. But I was also I wouldn't go so far as to say defender, but I guess explainer really of Switch Online when people started being overly vocally critical about that, as we all learned and knew even before I got to know many of y'all.
Yeah.
I love both. I love different things about both. I really much agree with your thing, Shellshock, of the Switch Online model, but being able to buy those individual games. But I also again love the idea of there's games that I want to buy, but I'm happy to be able to test around. So as much as I love Switch Online, I do kind of wish we still had at least some semblance of the Virtual Console, even if not what it was in the Wii U, which honestly to me the Wii U was at its peak. I mean, the gamepad alone really added a lot to that. And I enjoyed the N64 games being played on the Wii U that way. But now for me, a mix of both. I don't want to say it's a cop-out answer, but it's like they both have their benefits and both are great. But if you were able to like take the best of both of them and combine it, it would be something truly magical. So that's my answer.
All right. Jeremy?
And Stream, just like John said, does something correct. They have everything available from the start. Now, there is the argument with NSO of Nintendo saying to its consumer base, but this is everything we have available to you. No. Have everything available at the start. Just ready to go. I'll give you a perfect example. And this isn't even game related, it's music related. Nintendo put out this beautiful Nintendo Music app. Have every soundtrack available from the start. Apple Music and iTunes didn't just come out and say, oh, we only have this. They did, but you still had a plethora of music available to you. Nintendo has all of these soundtracks ready to go. If you're going to have the music app, have everything ready to go. That is the one issue that I have with NSO, is that they're doing a slow drip rollout. You don't need to do the rollout. You're already having people pay monthly and annual fees. And you're going to have them keep the same price, but then you're just going to slow drip. That's like saying that you were paying the same amount years down the road for only the first 15 games. I don't call that fair. I would say have everything ready to rock and roll and have those challenges and have those communities and have all of that available to a fan base that is just so loyal. Allow them that. Now, of course, there's licensing, there's agreements, there's third party. I get that. You get that. The people watching this podcast understand all that. But for what is available, first party, go all out, rock and roll. Let us have it. And so your annuals and your monthly payments are worth the price of the dollar. It's all about the bang for your buck.
Yeah.
We've come full circle, you know? So, I mean, for me, if I were to choose to pay over having the subscription, honestly, I don't have Apple Music. I still have iTunes. I'm still paying 99 cents for my song because I own it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm able to physically have it in form, in file, on my hard drive. So if everything fails, it says .mp3, and that belongs to me. That would be my choice. That's why I preferred Virtual Console at first. But then, if you have a service, dump it. Give it all. Why not? Let the drop the left shoe. You know what I mean?
Like,
but yeah, so that would be for me.
yeah. The only thing I will say in regards to all that is that in regards to the N64, I think they should have never went with whoever it was that they contracted to do the emulation for N64 on Switch. They should have just went with the same company that they did for NES and SNES, because they did a fantastic job with the emulation, and they've done the same thing for Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. For Genesis, that was Sega going to M2. M2 were the ones who did the emulation for Genesis Online. So that by default was amazing. It's just the N64 has, whatever reason, a huge caveat. But from what I've seen so far for how the GameCube games look, I will say though, after seeing the trailers and after seeing the games in motion, while watching Treehouse, I will say that it looks like they learned their lesson with how N64 is. We'll see how it goes. Once GameCube launches, and then I'll form my opinion once we get there. Korshal, what about you?
Oh, Korshal.
So if I had to pick, I prefer having the one-time purchase option. I understand the convenience of having the stream, like just having it as a service, And especially for, we were talking about like trying out games you never otherwise would go to purchase. And sometimes for budgetary reasons, there are definitely benefits to having just a subscription of some sort. The thing I'm pretty conscious about, not just with games, but all sorts of media, is the fact that over time on streaming platforms, this wouldn't apply to Nintendo itself in our case of NSO, but it would for third parties, is that we see titles come and go. Like you saw that with Xbox Game Pass, constantly things weaving in and out of the subscription service. And I know there was, I don't remember the exact name of it, but there was a soccer title that came off of the NSO.
Super Soccer.
Which is another reason for licensing things, where there's always kind of that voice in the back of my head that's worried that if I come to be too reliant on some of these services, there might be something that yoinks away a particular game, or that like the service might go down, it might transition. You don't know necessarily that you're going to be able to have access to that at a point in time if there's any sort of complication with it. If I can at least, it's Jeremy was saying the same thing. Like we're on the same page when it comes to a lot of this. If I can download it onto my system, it's now there. I do this with music. I like to buy physical CDs, even for that same reason. One, CDs are cool. Two, I have it physically offline that I can keep. Same thing with video media. I just want something to be able to keep around to have myself under my own control. And for preservation wise, the virtual console style services are just a lot easier for us to maintain. Like, this is going to dip a little into the next question, so I won't go too hard on this particular point. But being able to have it be a standalone download is just easier for like archival purposes.
Absolutely.
That you're able to say like, it's in our hands, the consumer, and not just at the whims of the companies managing the subscription services. So you're able to retain and maintain that piece of history yourself as like the greater community looking to keep history, rather than just, oh, this title had to come off the NSO, who knows when it's coming back sort of deal.
Yeah. All right, you were going to say something, Jeremy? Before?
Dear Nintendo, please fix Birdman in Pilot Wing 64 on NSO. Thank you.
The last question's from Dari. What are your thoughts on emulation of retro games versus having remasters or remakes of the game on modern platforms? I mean, it just depends on the game, really. Like for a game, like for example, emulating like a GameCube game like Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, because it was not before the remake, it was not re-released at all. Like, I don't mind it, but it's like, I'm glad that we got the remake, because not everyone's able to buy the original. And this was like, and the thing is that the only thing that I would say is better in the original than the remake is the frame rate. The frame rate in the original is 60 frames per second. The remake is 30 frames. I get it that not everybody cares about that, and that's particularly fine. For me personally, that's the only thing. But the remake, however, it stays true to everything that they've done with the original. It even goes in detail from the Japanese script, like fix a lot of the issues that the original script from 2004 had. Like, for example, the character Vivian. They did a fantastic job in the remake because they decided to be coy in the original with how they handled Vivian, because at the time, like, let's be real, the way that trans were portrayed back in the 2000s was not good compared to now. Because like, now there's a lot more people accepting. Granted, there's still a lot of shitty people out there in the world, but we don't care about those people. We think those people fucking suck.
They're a vocal minority and they need to heck off.
Yes, so fuck you to all those people. But to the people, but I will say though that with the way that they've actually handled Vivian in the remake compared to the original, well done. fantastic. I'm glad that they did the way they did because, granted, yes, the Japanese script, but they actually, I felt like they kind of went the extra mile in the North American script, given how we as a culture are now compared to how we were back in 2004 when the game originally released on GameCube. So I feel like if even if some things about the original games make it better than the remake, but sometimes there's a lot more things about remakes that do a lot better than the original. And another example is, ironically enough, another Mario RPG, which is Super Mario RPG. We got the remake of that in 2023 because the original game came out in 1996. To me, I feel like that the remake of Super Mario RPG replaces the original in every way. I felt that sure, it's a little bit easier, but at the same time, like they did add a couple of quality of life upgrades in regards to having like there's like a new super, like a super meter where like you have like these big special attacks that were not possible in the original game. And also the game feels a bit faster than the Super Nintendo version. Everything looks so pretty. I feel like while the game looked amazing for the time on the Super Nintendo with the pre-rendered graphics, because that's what they were going for. But when you compared that and when you look at the remake, the characters kind of look like they were like toys come to life. That's what I get out of the Super Mario RPG remake. And then they also added the super bosses post game content, so at least there's some more things to do after you beat the game. So to me, that's an example of a game that I think that is better than the original. Whereas, that said, the only reason that the original version of Super Mario RPG is not on NSO is because Square does not like putting games out there on subscription services unless it's their own and they're getting money off of it. That's more on Square's call right there. Even though Super Mario RPG is half Nintendo, half Square, Square is when it comes to third party, Square is one of the stingiest. That's also why you can't play Chrono Trigger on Switch or PS4. So it just depends on the game, really. But I already said what I needed to say. John?
I'll say, and I'm kind of piggybacking off of Shellshock with this, is it's more dependent on the game and its availability. Like, yeah, I have the option to play all 6 of the original Mega Man games, plus their Japanese versions through my EverDrive N8. I'd be able to do that right now, but now that the Legacy collections are out, I feel like I'd rather be able to play those that way. Because A, it's only a matter of, well, it's mainly a matter of funding the developers, but B, it's also the matter of availability. Like, I have a new way to experience some games I've been playing for the longest times. There are cases where there are games out there that will never ever see a re-release or a remaster of sorts. Twisted Metal 3 and 4, for example. Yeah, playing them on original hardware is cool, and emulating it in case you don't really have access to that specified hardware is also a nice way to go about it. Will those games ever see re-releases? No. Will you be criticized for finding strange ways to play them because of their false availability of today? Absolutely not. And if there are people that criticize you for that, well, screw those guys. Screw that noise. Enjoy your games how you want to, support your folks how you want to, but if there's a new way to do it and you've done it a previous way for quite some time, honestly, feel free. I know I have every now and then.
Yeah. Mantle.
Honestly, excuse me. I feel that overall, I have a slight preference for remasters and remakes of the games, especially because, like what you were talking about, just with the quality of life improvements, as well as like, Super Mario RPG, perfect
perfect example of that, where it is at its core, it is the same game. They've just made it better in every single way. I know I mentioned them earlier, but other examples of this would be like Ocarina of Time 3D, Twilight Princess HD, Skyward Sword HD, Wind Waker HD. Every single one of them is basically the same game, but they've improved it at every step. And it's not just HD, but they've got all that. But kind of going back into a previous question we were talking about with regards to original versus the remaster, I still like the option of having both, where you can look at them and see that. So, slight preference for the remaster, but emulation still really neat to be able to see where we came from. Sorry, Nudge is shaking my camera. But yeah, it also very much like you said, it depends on the game, and it's just again so fun to think about, like back to how many games each of us has in our collections at this moment that we can go back and play the original of it, then turn right back around like, oh hey, look at this shiny new version I've got. And it's really, I know I said it earlier, but honestly it's just kind of magical being able to see and enjoy that. And I know all of us are about to get a lot of that with the Switch 2 coming out, where we're going to see again some of these new games as well as GameCube Online. And there's definitely going to be even more HD remasters coming out that we were not expecting.
Yeah.
And I look forward to sharing those surprises with each of you. So again, it depends on the game. Emulate for the original experience, but if you have a chance for a solid remaster on a game that deserves fresh life breathed into it. Also, I was talking collections earlier. Can we please get Fire Emblem 4 and 5?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the GBA ones, I mean, that'd be cool. But yeah, no, seriously, just a mix of each. But if you have that chance for a remaster, give that game the love it deserves. And it's so great too, because I mean, we see a bunch of those like images going around sometimes of like, hey, this is what the game actually looked like. This is what it felt like to us back then. That's kind of what these HD remasters do. And every single one of us here, we all know that it's gameplay before graphics.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all retro fans, of course, but
Of course.
it's still really neat to see what you imagined coming even more to life that way. Speaking of coming to life, I mean, for Super Mario RPG, it's like, damn it, Yaz, your imagination's really going out of hand here. Gino's not the only toy come to life. But
Yeah.
it just not to repeat it too much, but just to finish up, yeah, just remasters where we can, because they're just so great most of the time.
Yep. Jeremy?
Emulation is a beautiful thing, especially for preservation.
Yes.
So I would put that over everything. And I only say that because guess what? Someday down the line, the remakes and the remasters are going to be emulated. So I would put emulation over everything based solely on the precipice of preservation.
Yeah.
Right now, the Video Game History Foundation, every 2 years, tries to go to court for a biannual hearing based on the copyright and the legality of basically like being a library. They want to be the library of video games.
Yeah.
And every single year, based on the criteria of copyright being owned by a conglomerate, is always denied. It is always, always, always denied.
Yes.
And it's very unfortunate. So when it comes to the word piracy, based on a moral standpoint, because I understand that people have to feed their families, if it's no longer, and I actually addressed this in chat earlier, if it is no longer feasible based on the buying and selling of a company or a software company over the course of time and having it be lost to time, the emulation of said games should be allowed.
Yeah.
Iguana, they were a software company. They did a lot of games on the N64.
They did.
They're no longer a company. And who are they sold off to? You know what I'm saying? So there are certain loopholes that we can get through to ensure that the emulation of said games can be a thing and also used for educational purposes. Who worked on this? When was this created? Like there is a myriad of historical factual knowledge that we can apply to emulation. So based on that alone, I would put emulation over remakes and remasters. However, based on the criteria that we are paying for these games so that people can have their houses and their homes and feed their families, I would say buy the remake, buy the remaster, only under the sole purpose of understanding that this is going to something better.
Yes.
And it's also going to improve our chances of having other things be better in the future.
100%.
Because tomorrow, like I said earlier, tomorrow is my favorite type of emulation, you know, because it's all going to happen, you know, time's just going to keep moving forward. So yeah, I would pick emulation over remaster and remake based on preservation, but I would put remake and remaster over emulation based on release of a present day so that we can get something better.
Okay. Great. 100% great. Korshal?
I lean similarly. I would pick emulation, I think, overall versus remasters and remakes. Though I would still and do go out of my way to make sure I can purchase and support the titles and games that I want to for those kind of things. Another thing I think about specifically with emulation and just having access to that type of game data is that we kind of have dabbled in the subject slightly for this, is the modding community that exists for retro games when you have this.
Yeah.
And I dabble in this a lot. I know we talked about randomizers, but then we think about like transformative hacks that can completely change the context of like the physics of a game engine that like someone made for Super Mario World. Kaizo being extremely famous for turning every pixel of physics that Super Mario World can drag out of you to align for perfect maneuvers to see this like symphony of movement to get from start to finish.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting ideas people are able to use the springboard just into like game design and creativity in general by being able to have access to emulation overall. It's very important to be able to like let people have a starting go. Like we know how hard game development can be. And like people who want to maybe be able to even have like their toes dipped in the water to be able to like pursue this career path ultimately need to be able to have something they can like embrace as a starting point and maybe mess around with an IP that they already really enjoy, that they care about, that they're passionate about, that they want to be able to share with fellow fans. So being able to give them an emulation choice that they're then able to fiddle around kind of in a pre-contained sandbox to give a new element for themselves and for others, I think is really important and not always talked about, because I know, as we're saying, emulation is by nature a very gray place to be in terms of morality scale. And I'm not going to try to like sugarcoat that, but there's a lot of positives that can be brought forth to letting people just express themselves built upon that work. A quick example, Super Mario Eclipse, the big Sunshine, like expansive mod that came out not too long ago, was an experience I really enjoyed getting to go through. And there's so many clever ideas that push the boundaries of Sunshine's engine that people figured out how to pull off within Super Mario Sunshine. And it's like, this is an incredible piece of engineering that people learned to push the boundaries on and be able to further draw out what was possible within a dev team set of ideas within this one game.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose that by just saying we only have remasters or remakes, because there's so much you let the individual do who might not otherwise ever get a chance for game dev type work beyond having to spend years and a lot of money to be able to embrace the career path for. And it lets them do it at their own pace too. Like you get fan projects that take literal years because it's like an after work, it's like at night before bed. They get to put maybe 2 to 3 hours a night into it, but they're very passionate. They get to be able to post about it eventually saying, I spent 4 years making this complete retooling of one of the GBA Fire Emblems into a pseudo remake of one of the Super Nintendo ones.
Yeah.
And people go, this is awesome. You spent all this time. You learned how to do sprite work. You learned how to do the porting, the recoding. You picked up so many skills to be able to do this. And we can emulate it because that's the easiest way to do it. And it's, without emulation, we wouldn't be able to see that showcase of like versioning skill to allow for that. They might never be able to take into game development into account of a hobby they want to do without emulation being an outlet for the projects they undertake. So it's very, very important to me to be able to like encourage emulation on that front to let people express themselves as just like fan derivative works.
Yeah. All right. Those are some really good answers. So with that, that's actually going to do it for tonight. So this is a very great episode. Like it was actually on more of a longer side than usual, but it's still a pretty damn good topic. We really were passionate about this, so it was definitely worth it. So before we wrap things up, John, where can we find you?
Some folks recognize me as John JT, the never self-proclaimed, unanimously named voice of retro. You're welcome to look for me on all my platforms at John J. Torres 2000, or just search up John JT, the voice of retro, on a wide variety of platforms: Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, anywhere in between. If you need your old school fix, come right round and see what sticks.
All right. Mantle, where can we find you?
You can primarily... Oh, sorry. Senza is playing around behind me. He's a kitten. You can find me on MantleFerox. That's my main handle just about anywhere except for Instagram, where I am the Guardian. It's like the Guardian M. You can find me mostly on the Twitch link, which would be twitch.tv/MantleFerox. And then I've also got Blue Sky, Instagram, like I mentioned. I do have YouTube, but I'm not really done anything on there yet. So hopefully be chipping some stuff away at that on there. But yeah, just anything, click on the name MantleFerox and you can find anything linked on my name from there. I do have a card which has way more links on there if anyone is ever interested. But yeah, that's where you can find me, and easing back into things now. But this was a blast as always.
Oh, of course. Where can we find you, Jeremy?
I ask myself that question every day. Well, my name is Jeremy. I am the Nostalgia Alchemist. I'm always here for whenever you remember why, and you can find me anywhere across the internets by typing in your search bar the Nostalgia Alchemist. I am on most of the things. I am trying to do a lot more with what I have to offer with the little time that I have, so I really appreciate anybody that stops by any of the broadcasts, that listens to any of the podcasts, and hopefully soon I will be able to relaunch my YouTube channel. So check me out with wherever you get your choice of entertainment, and thank you for allowing me to be a choice of yours.
All right, awesome. What about you, Korshal? Where can we find you?
You guys can find me on Twitch right here. I stream as a hobby. I try to usually get it in at least once a week, where you can find me either by myself doing platformers and randomizers, or I try to regularly guest on Mario Party Madness's outings with Clark, Red Crew, as Joe would know. So you'll probably see me pop my head in there if you follow that channel, which is also great. And then primarily my YouTube channel, where I post my music remixes, is where you'll find a lot of things I do. Every 3 weeks, I try to have a new song of some type up of typically rock, synth, slant. Definitely a lot of Mega Man, if you're into that. Yep. And then you'll see me lurking on Blue Sky. I try to support my friends and occasionally post pictures of like miniatures I paint, maybe a cute cat here or there, stuff like that. You can catch me around.
All right. And as always, you can find me pretty much on anywhere within the stratosphere, though I'm mainly on Blue Sky and Discord these days, outside of Twitch and YouTube for my VODs, because like obviously, like I keep saying this, I don't use Twitter anymore, and I will not go back there again. But but I do prefer Blue Sky. I do prefer Discord. So those are the two places that you can find me. I stream daily, Monday through Thursdays at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Eastern until midnight, with the occasional Friday or Sunday streams. The next episode will happen in 2 weeks from now. The next episode, all right, what do I have? Wanted to check real quick. The next episode in 2 weeks from today is going to be Capcom, which, Mantle, I have you on that one as well.
And I am set for that. Oh, wait, 2 weeks.
18th.
So wait, 18th. Okay, yeah, I can do 18th.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, just because the Sunday, Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day is whatever. Memorial Day weekend, that's my home con.
Yes.
But I'm excited for Capcom, especially since all the fun news we've got already this year.
Yep, like the other guests that I have planned for that are 112 Super Squares Plays and like I got you Mantle already. And Rick the D-pad. Like that'll be a really good group of people talking about Capcom.
Yep. I will be there.
Yes.
I am set for that. So here's my RSVP.
Yep.
I want everyone in the chat to know that like Shellshock is amazing at getting these things scheduled out, and then even well before it's like, hey, I'm looking at this one. I had you on the docket for. Does this day work for you? He's so flexible for every single one of us. So he's the best.
Thank you.
Shellshock, plug yourself being at PAX.
Yes, and also by the time that like this should be up, which should be on YouTube like the next day, I will be at PAX East this weekend. I will be going to host like one panel, and I'm a guest on another. The panel that I'm a guest for is the lab. There's a outside the box, which is the Labo panel, but
nice.
hosted by my buddy Azran127, who's also been a previous guest. But I'm also hosting my own panel on the Saturday, because the Thursday is the Labo panel. Saturday is the Nintendo Switch panel. Thanks for the memories, which will be with Azran as well, Silverstone, Condor, 112, and Rick from the D-pad. So that one's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to both panels. If anyone's going to PAX East at any point this weekend, come say hi. I'll be there.
John, are you going?
It's a little too far for me. I would like to.
Yeah.
Oh,
but,
dang. I'm going to be there on Saturday as well. So
yes.
If you're going to PAX, come say hi. I'll be wearing this same blue, white, and hat. So
I've only ever been to PAX South back when it was still a thing, but I do want to get to East someday. But come on, as all y'all know, me getting to catch up with you in person, it is a win. It is not an if.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Especially since I'm more mid-Atlantic again now, it's a lot easier to make happen.
Yep.
Great.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Okay, and with that, so 2 weeks' time will be the next episode of Sharing with Shellshock, which will be all about Capcom. So I'll see you guys then. Until next time, everybody, make sure, before I go, John, Mantle, Jeremy, Korshal, thank you all so much for being a part of this podcast.
I've been anticipating an appearance here for the longest time, so the fact that we got all this together means so much. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Yep.
And thank you for having us as always. This was a blast as always.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shell.
I loved getting to be here. Thank you for giving me a platform to ramble for a while. It was a great time with everybody.
No problem.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
And as always, make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check out them as always. Fight for everlasting peace. I'll see you guys next time, and may the 4th be with you. Good night, everybody, and have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching Sharing with Shellshock Season 4. Your name will be inscribed in the pages of podcast history.